Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy. What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, back again with the one and only.
Mighty John Lippy. Mighty John Lippy.
And he is our favorite transplant jet flying co-host.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And this is goddamn Beyond the Harmony, and it is about to be special. This is something that I have been... have I been waiting to do something like this? John, how long have I been talking about doing something like this?
Dude, we've been talking about this, especially you've been talking about this since probably season one. And thanks to Archie and Jhaz, they're going to make your dream fantasy come true tonight.
Yeah, man, I'm very excited. First of all, how is it for everybody? Does everybody sound good? You know I like to get the mic check, 1, 2. Does everybody sound good? Anybody too low? Anybody too high? We want to make sure it's lovely. We're gonna talk a couple minutes, and then we're gonna bring our guests through. Man, it's the first time that we're having two guests at once.
Two past guests at that.
Alumni.
Yeah.
And we get Archie on camera this time. We did get Jhaz. I don't know if that was live season 4 or season 3, but we had Jhaz on camera, but Archie was season 1, so we didn't get to see him tonight. Archdog with the Archdogs in the Arch studio.
Yeah, she was actually she was a pre-record as well. So this is the first time we'll have either one of them live. So
excellent. And so it's the new breed of female.
It is.
In the comments, I'm just curious. I got to peruse it. I didn't realize like how much I had listened to the album, in 97, 98, 99, and how much of an impact it had. Just wondering in the comments, when's the last time you guys listened to A New Breed of Female, II Tru? And if you guys have any memories of acquiring it and just thinking like what the future of Mo Thugs might have had in store, the II Tru dropped and Poetic Hustlers dropped, and it seemed like future was bright for Mo Thugs, and I just couldn't imagine all the album releases I thought we were going to get. At least we got II Tru and Poetic Hustlers.
Yeah, well, it's pretty interesting, right? Because and it's almost I guess it's almost fitting because this was the first release, on Mo Thugs, so it's gonna be the first of its kind on Beyond the Harmony for us to do something like this. So it's exciting, and it's we're not quite at an anniversary. It's the type of thing that I was like, it would have been great to do this on the 30 year or something, but I'm like, I'm not waiting till 2027 or whatever. It's time now. This album came out September 9th of 1997, And
I'm curious though, Cecil. When New Breed of Female dropped,
yeah.
were you kind of like upset that the three song? I think Two True had three songs on Family Scriptures. Were you like hoping there'd be a Ghetto Blues remix, like the Archie Blame remix, or
Uh, nah. And I'll tell you, like, even it's so funny, right? I know you're asking that because I'm like the remix king, and I love that type of shit. And I did enjoy the two different mixes of uh Searching for Peace. You know, the one that was on Mo Thugs, and then the one that was actually on the Poetic Hustlers album. So it's like I did enjoy that, but also I was like, man, this fucking thing just took the place of some brand new music we could have heard. So it's like I liked that it was all new music because we all loved that song. So I liked that they were not leaning heavy on the Mo Thugs album for their debut. Like I like that they gave you a full debut without leaning heavy on something that we'd already heard on Mo Thugs, something we were real familiar with.
well, for instance, like Searching for Peace, right? There's the Mo Thug album version, and then the Trials and Tribulations album version, which is cool that both exist,
Yeah.
right? And granted, that came a little bit later on. Okay, well, anyway, I ask you this because I was kind of bummed out that the Ghetto Blues wasn't on it. Welcome to My World, and they had one other
But you
track.
fucking you had those on the Mo Thugs album. All you had to do was pop that Mo Thugs album in, man.
Yeah, but still, like at the all right. Well, that was just yes, I could just pop in Mo Thugs, but I kind of wanted the Two True album, especially not knowing if there would be a second album to be a full containment of their works up to that point in time. It's okay. I mean, hey, I can't change the past, but I was just wondering if you felt that way, guy, because it never even crossed my mind to ask you over 20 years. And yeah, I mean, even if although if they were remixes, I don't know how I would feel about those.
Yeah,
Um,
imagine if there was a remix on there, Johnny, and you didn't like it.
yeah.
You imagine the different conversation it could be if you were like, I wish they wouldn't have done that.
We would
Or
have
if
had a question of the week on it.
yeah, see, we would have. Well, okay, if they had like different versions though, the way the Poetic Hustlers did it with Searching for Peace, I think that would have been kind of neat. But then you're like, all right, so which one do I listen to? Too many choices.
I just want to say I like the way that BT Hizzle is thinking, or maybe that's BTH Izzle. But I like what he's thinking. He says 10 people didn't thumbs up. If you're in here right now, if you enjoy what we do, if you like what we do, please make sure that you like this. It's the easiest, most supportive, free thing that you can do. So please make sure that you like this video. If you want to go the extra step, share this with some people so they know it's here. It really goes the distance. I want to shout out everybody that I see in here. I especially want to shout out everybody that I see that is a Skull and Crossroads Society member. I see RC Thugsta was floating around in here. Mark Scott was floating around in here. Joe Tech was in here. So just shout out to everybody that subscribes. Especially the Skull and Crossroads Society. If you don't know what that is, you can hop over join.beyondtheharmony.com, or you can just hit the join tab that you're looking at on YouTube and find out more about becoming a Skull and Crossroads Society member. You will see that tonight's episode is brought to you by our sponsor, Arch Dogs, and we got some great news about Arch Dogs. I know y'all know that Archie started his hot dog stand, and he's been doing Arch Dogs, but we'll at some point after we get through the record, we'll talk about it a little bit more. But tonight's show is brought to you by Arch Dogs, so shout out to Arch Dogs for helping make this happen. Also, much love that I saw a few people talking about the overlay. I worked very hard on the overlay, making sure that the overlay was good tonight. And yeah, man, I try to make sure that it's an experience for everybody, and that it's beautiful, and that tonight is gonna be very historic, y'all. Like it really is, because we're gonna do something that I think is something that we all ask about. People want to know the stories and stuff, but when we do interviews, there's only so much time in an interview. So you can't. So tonight, we're not necessarily doing an interview. We're not going to talk about anything really except for the album itself, you know. Um, and I think that's going to be good. Also, I want to shout out Roy, who helped me with the logos, man. Roy helped me out. He re-rendered the II Tru logo, the New Breed of Female logo. He did some other artwork as well. So he was the man. I appreciate everybody we got so many people that have been jumping in and helping with the show, and this is what we've wanted for years. RC Thugster became a member of the staff. Roy started doing some artwork. You know what I'm saying? Who was it? Was it Jordan Corey that just
Jordan
started?
Corey's taking a load off of John Lippy's
Dude,
plate. So
Jordan Corey starts doing a ton of the shorts for us. So we got shorts. So it's like, we appreciate everybody that's jumping in, trying to help, be a part of the team. It's always welcome. Your input is always welcome. If there's something that you want to do to try to help the team out, we're more than happy to have you. You can always DM one of us, or beyondtheharmony99@gmail.com is how you reach us. So tonight we're going to basically be going through, we're going to be taking things a track at a time. We're going to go through the album. We're going to take it a track at a time. You know, we might talk a little bit during the track. We might pause the track. We might wait till after. We'll take some questions. So if y'all got questions, you know what it is. We'll try to go through all the questions. If you want to make sure that we at least see you, though, you can hit that super chat, and I think it lets you will pin your question. So hit that super chat, pin your question, and I think it lets you do it for like $2 or $3. So we'll make sure that we get all the super chat questions in, but we'll try to get everybody either way. And we're just going to go through. And I think that as many times as we've heard about the album, and you've seen Jhaz and Brina interviews, and we had our Archie interview, like, we're going to find out shit tonight that we've never been able to find out. Because when you do something like this, a track at a time, it's a different vibe. I've been waiting for this for almost 6 years, baby, and here we are. So I'm ready, man. You know what? Let me hit up Arch. Let me make sure that they're ready, because the last thing I want to do is make them come through before they're ready. But I think they are, and you know, looks like the chat's ready, man. Shout out to everybody that's tuned in right now.
So, Cecil, while you're doing that, I want to hand out some accolades to you. This layout, this overlay,
Yeah.
you have like an MP3 player built in. You have the sponsor built in. The neon green is the perfect shade.
Oh, for the
And I think
player,
this
yeah.
might be, this might be with the font at the bottom. I think this is probably my favorite graphic
Yeah, you know,
layout setup that you've done, I think.
I appreciate it, man. I wanted it to be within theme, right? So I wanted it to match a New Breed of Female theme. Yeah, I'll tell you why I built that fucking player in was because I was like, yo, I want people to know what song we're listening to, and I don't want to have to keep changing the title all the time in this bitch. I was like, so if they could just see the player, I'll be good. So that's how that got built in, man. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I worked hard. There's probably 15 different versions of this thing before I felt like I finally got it right.
And a lot of sleepless nights, I'm sure. It looks razor sharp for sure. So I didn't want that to go unmentioned, because you made it for today.
Specifically.
I think like this, yeah, that needs to be called out for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I was being silly earlier, but Cecil really has been talking about this for about 6 years. And of all the combos that it could be, it was always, hey, it'd be really amazing if we get Archie and Jhaz on here to go over the album track by track. And it's pretty amazing. Here we are now that it's actually happening. So,
Yeah.
and my point of saying that is, you know, of all the combos, all the Mo Thugs, all the possible people in the whole affiliates, the whole this specific one we're having tonight, this was the one that Cecil wanted.
You know why? I can tell you why. It's because, and don't get me wrong, I would love to do this with Poetic Hustlers. I would love, but the reason why this one is so good is because Archie, the producer, is so invested that you're not just going to hear rappers talk about writing and recording rap songs. You're going to get a full spectrum of the producer, the writer, the person, you know. So it's like you get everything, right? You're going to get the layers that you wouldn't get by just listening to somebody that just, you know, rapped on an album. And that's why I'm so excited. Speaking of that, I think we got Archie and Jhaz. Let's get them up in here. Okay, I can see him. Can't hear you yet, Arch, but I see y'all.
Yeah, I
Jhaz,
hear me.
I hear you. Jhaz in the building as well. What's happening, y'all? Welcome back. Our alumni, Archie Blaine from season 1, Jhaz from season 3, and they're back on Beyond the Harmony, y'all. What's happening?
What's up? What's up? Can y'all hear Jazz real good?
Yeah.
Yo.
What's up, Jhaz? Yeah, Jhaz, if you move a little bit closer, we'll probably be able to hear you a little bit better. Let's make sure we got her in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I guess before we even jump into the album, right? Because I was just telling everybody, Arch, that tonight's episode was brought to us by Arch Dogs. So, why don't you tell where you're at, what we got going on before we jump into the record? Because I want to make sure that we're shouting out the sponsor that helped bring this show to the fans tonight.
Yeah, we got the best chili dogs in Cleveland. Anytime you want a hot dog, come down to Cleveland. We're on 15706 Waterloo. That's right in Cleveland. Anytime y'all want to come down, come see. First hot dog on me.
You see that we had people in the chat before we even had y'all in here like, what's up with Arch Dogs? Is this still going on? And I was like, oh, it's bigger than ever. We moved up out of the cart.
You mentioned Beyond the Harmony. The first hot dog is on me.
Hey, there you go. That's directly from the boss, man. So that's what it is. So Arch moved up out of the cart and is doing some big things, baby.
No, I still got them car. I ain't gonna never get out the cart.
And they can get you on everything else, right? You guys are on like DoorDash and stuff like that.
We're DoorDash, we're on Uber Eats, we're archdogs.com, and we on Grubhub.
So there it is.
Good.
So if
I know
y'all
I probably think I'm biased, but it's not.
Oh, you don't think you're a little biased in this situation, Jhaz?
You know, I pop my corn, but I keep it one done.
Hey, she's true. Hey, so that's what brings us full circle to where we're at. This is something that I've kind of talked about with y'all before, is that, we could have a standard interview and we've done that. I've talked to you both for a few hours and we've gone over your careers and how it started. But, something that people would never do or rarely get an opportunity to do is to just play the songs and say, hey, what was going on with this one? So things get glossed over. So this is kind of going to be a little bit different. I think that we'll just go through a track at a time. If y'all need me to stop in the middle of a song because you got something to say, you tell me to stop, and we'll chop it up after each one. And, we just kind of want to bring y'all into conversations and thoughts that the two of you may not have had for almost 30 years since this record got done. We were saying before y'all got on, this is the first, artist released that happened through Mo Thug Records. This came out in 1997. It was accompanied by the Ballers Flossin music video as a single, and it became what the fans would consider a Mo Thug classic. So I'm really excited for us to get into this. Everybody ready to do this?
That's done.
Let's do it.
All right, so let me just send my audio over to y'all so you can.
While you're queuing that up, Cecil, I just
Yes,
want to say too, just the context of the time period when this album dropped. We're talking like still classic golden era of hip hop and rap, and this thing was definitely in rotation in my collection, and I'm sure everybody else's. So like, competing with the greats of the time, the DMX's, Tupac albums after he's gone, all that this album was competing with for time in my CD player. And it definitely got that time. And so it's going to be awesome to hear it again. And a lot of the old Mo Thug tracks, they sound even better. It's kind of amazing how they stand the test of time. Some songs kind of play out. They sound dated, but this album is still dope even by today's standards. And not just this one, even the Poetic Hustlers and the Mo Thug Family Scriptures, all of it is still like sounds good in 2024. So that's props to you guys.
Yeah, and I would say, just something to think about in addition to that is, because he was saying at that time, but, the competition was thick at that time. Wu-Tang Forever came out in 97. Capone and Noriega, The War Report was in 97. Jay-Z's In My Lifetime was 97. Master P, Ghetto D was in 97. The Art of War by Bone Thugs and Harmony was in 97. So the competition was thick. Tupac, Are You Still Down was in 97. Mace, Harlem World was in 97. So with all this competition, on the table, and I know y'all kind of started this in 96, got it wrapped in 97 and put it out. You got all this competition on the table, and you guys are building this record. I think we talked about this a little bit in the interview, but before we start, we might as well set the scene. Where's the primary location where you guys are recording this, and about how much time do you think went into it from beginning to end to get this thing ready to go?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it was a process. It really didn't start as an album. We started doing that music back in '94. It's because when we first started doing music together, we started doing it wasn't for an album, it wasn't for no certain reason. We just did a lot of music. And I used to tell them, we need at least 100 songs, right? For any reason, we need 100 songs. So some of those songs is part of that 100 songs, and we started doing that back in on North Boulevard. That was back in like 92, 93. That's when we started actually, like, we made it better throughout the years, but it actually started like in 93, 94.
So, like the Dark Side album and was
that is part, all that is like coming off the Dark Side album.
Some of the Dark Side songs are skits on Tru.
Speak up a little bit.
I said some of the Dark Side songs are skits on the Tru album.
Yep.
So we incorporated everything that we were doing. We was being up like we need to be able to sample ourselves. We was trying to be prepared.
So like everything that you heard on that album is like skits from other songs that could have made that album, but we felt like it just didn't make the cut to be the first thing to come out from the album.
As far as like selection, right? As far as the song selection, you ended up with 15 tracks on it. How did the tracks get selected? Was it like, did y'all have input on that? Was that a Mo Thug thing? Like, how did these 15 end up getting picked? Like, was it a collaboration? Y'all pick some, they pick some. With 100 songs, it's hard to narrow down.
Want to answer it?
We picked Everything Less, So High, and Promise. So we selected everything except for those two songs.
Okay. So
the order of the album, it was like consistent to, we were trying to create a story.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the order I have like Summertime and So High, that was like our extra songs. But we only could do 10 songs on the album. So we was trying to get to 10 songs to tell the story, and that's, what we was trying to attempt to do.
Yeah, and I know that, we've talked before about the fact that, of course, we got the Ballers Flossin video, but something that you had talked about in your interview, Arch, was the fact that there was going to be a second video, and that video was going to help continue that story that we saw during Ballers Flossing. So, there was a lot of thought process. Like you said, there was a whole story here. It's all connected with the skits and the songs and the video. So, I do think that that's what makes albums from that time frame very special and unique. Nothing against music now, but you see a lot of singles now. Single tracks are kind of the thing now. Albums kind of come later after a bunch of singles are dropped. So, people thinking out a full project like this, it doesn't happen as much anymore. So it's refreshing to hear that y'all were really focused on the whole project and what it would be as a full project and not a song at a time.
Yeah, we was looking for, like, there was a story, if you actually listen to that album, you'll hear the story. It was a story coming from start to what we was projecting to be after that album came out. And then it was going to turn around for the next album to show a whole nother side of II Tru.
Well, I think it's time, y'all. I think it's time. I think we jump right in. We're going to start with the intro, and then we'll give it a break. We'll chop it up. Let's jump in. Everybody in the chat, make sure you let me know if you're hearing everything okay. Oh, let me do this for you, John.
Recording in progress.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right.
I'm giving the girls a great quote, right? Well, rather, hey, I was wrong about the name of that.
Don't you know we nothing but the best females, and I wonder can anybody in this world get with two true?
I'm about to start sound like this.
All right.
Yeah, right there.
That's the intro. Now, listen, it was hard to hear y'all over the music. I could hear y'all talking about who it was. So fill me
I was
in.
wrong.
That was Fat Vocals.
It was a group called Fat Vocals.
with a PH. Fat Vocals. There was some big girls. Yeah. But that was jazzy girls though.
Yeah,
That was jazz.
smell good. But tell them how did y'all come up with that intro?
Well, of course, it's in vogue. And I was playing around with it. I'm vocally challenged when it comes to singing. And we was trying to figure it out. And so I just listened to their intro and redid it. And then Fat Vocals came, we had it written out, and they listened, and then they went in there and killed it.
How'd y'all end up hooking up with them?
The studio. I don't remember.
Especially, like, was there something, because y'all had so many different, singers around you. And I think that it's cool people are finding this out, because I think the assumption's always been, oh, that must be someone from Trey or something like that. So it's cool to hear that it was kind of it was somebody outside of the camp that y'all had.
Well, actually, the beginning, it was Jhaz and Brina. Jhaz and Brina was doing the singing in the beginning, and then when we got to LA, and we found out that we had access to something a little bit better. we used the other alternative.
So y'all wrote that. That was already written and recorded, and there's a version out there that's got II Tru, and then we just passed it on.
I hope it's not that. I hope not.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people thought that was Trey all these years.
Oh, so many. Yeah, I think a lot of people.
You know what? I had people have asked me was it Trey, and actually it would have been Trey, but if I'm not mistaken, Trey was recording at the same time. They was recording that song "Take Your Time." I think.
You know what? For me, I don't know about y'all, but for me, I know that remember we wanted to do stuff with Toto and Ball and MJ, and Ball was kind of adamant that we worked in house. But I know we wanted to work with other people outside of the family. We love Mo Thug, but we wanted to work with other people outside the family. And so Jeff Shirley was like, "You need some singers?" And Fat Vocals came, and Fat Vocals killed it. I think they did something for. I know they did something for the Hunters too. So they was already working with the group.
Shout out to Fat Vocals.
Yeah. Cecil, I think we need to revise our question of the week. Best intro to a Mo Thug album. I think we slept on that one.
Yeah, we killed that. We killed that.
Yeah, and that was, of course, that's the title track, New Breed of Female. That was the intro. The intro leads us directly into the actual title track, New Breed of Female, and it's the first actual song. Let's jump into that one.
And before you even jump into it, that song was meant to get your attention.
The acapella at the beginning, you're saying.
That intro, no, not acapella. The intro to the New Breed of Female song.
Yeah.
That intro was to get your attention, but the New Breed of Female, that whole song is to get your attention to the album. You know what I'm saying? To let you know that this is how they coming off the rip.
It reminds me of
You should have said that on the song, right?
it always reminded me of remember the Soul to Soul song Back to Life?
Yeah.
So it really had that vibe, you know. It really had that back to life vibe. So every time I heard it, I was like, okay, like it's cool because, you know, it's familiar, but it's different, which I think is, you know, that's always what the greatest creative people do is it's something familiar. So it, you know, it's easy to hit home, but it's something different and original. So.
Right.
All right, well, let's jump in. We got the actual first track, New Breed of Female. Let's go.
New breed of female. The dopest females, know what I'm saying? Too true. How? AJ, Mo Thug coming at you. Cleveland. You don't want to see me. You don't want to see me. Too true, get busy. New breed of female coming at you. Industry put on lockdown. Never no disrespect. Get with me. Watch Sister Clown. On them hoes that know how I'm coming for you. Jealous of these figures that I'm banking goes to show fools. That is stuck in wreck shop. Recognize who wear the draws. Up in this hit game of flexing. I sport the ball. The codes, the envy. Check the form of a new breed.
I'm telling you, that right there.
Feeling ratchet.
All
Two
people
females
right
making
there.
G's. Please, respect it, lady. I'm the new breed of female. Laying down laws with these lyrics. Got a new kind of clientele, feel me? On another level, let it open your mind. Hit 2 Tru record one time, now you be reciting my rhymes. Never knew 2 females yet to come, real master the play smoke cold. Stop jumping from a mouthpiece, getting in your system, about to take control. Vote of the fools that underestimate the sister strength in the business. Gifted skills for a lady in a man's world, I was meant to make millions. Triple platinum mission, 2 Trus beginning up in this rap game. Maintaining, ain't no question, man. Understand how we players be running things. Breed of female, 2 Tru back down housing. In street put on live.
Yeah, all these things from the north. Yeah.
New breed
All
of
this
female.
thing from the
You don't
north.
want to see me. You don't want to see me. 2 Tru get busy. Oh yeah, right. These hit the queens of this rap shit. The dopest females. You don't want to come flex with this Mo Thug clique. Coming up to the game, sick and tired of Ghetto blues. Do what I gotta do. New breed of female. All hell, rap trio 2 Tru. And I bet you bobbing your head right now. Listen to the jazz, top class, new breed of female. Back door for your ass. Let's come in the dope, correct. Been players for too long. Recognize this player superb.
You know that
86 was
when the
heard.
hook is-
And that female really stepping with much nerve. Hitting any competitor's level. Taking underestimated by surprise. Hope you realize some of your previous choices wasn't wise. I'm gifted, explicit lyrics. Flex up any style, no doubt. I call you bluff in a minute. New breed of females coming out. Flip it on both for us troops. Spin game to us like we fools. Upset at the fact we flex and had a lot of business. Better than the rest of you choose. Said flip my cheddar. What better for a woman to do? Too weak to get with Mama Jazz and the rest of her troops. Fool, what you wanna do? Test truths, but on the real. Do you think can hang? New breed of female coming at you. Had a lot of business in this rap game. New breed of female. 2 Tru back down housing. In street put on lockdown. Put on in perfect timing. New breed of female. You don't want to see me. You don't want to see me. 2 Tru get busy. Drop straight
Right,
to
that's
the
what
top.
I was
Your
looking
milk,
at.
my mentality is crazy. Get 'em up, bring it toe to toe, dog. Better respect these ladies. Straight classy on top of all this game that's coming my way. Up play to the end, I hit levels to take your payday. Come around my way in this rap game. Females taking over, son. All about handling my business, keeping these busters on the run. You said we wasn't gonna be
And we make
nothing.
all of
Word. Show get around fast. How you feel? 2 Tru on the top of the billboard, steady coming up with new tracks. Max, it's totally your volume. Listen close, understand these words. Rewind, listen one more time. Get the value, this lesson is work. I put in work, I deserve respect. Nonetheless, you wanna be foul. Meanwhile, let the music move you and check the new breed of this female I got style. This banger for you once again. It's 2 Tru. 4 to 9, 7, and never more females coming at you.
I guess it was
Expect that you
nice,
never know what level. My mental will come
Somebody
up
used to
with
say,
next.
don't never say it.
Constantly true, serving Rick Mac and in these clubs that goes up against the grain, trying to test the tribe. You can feel me how I'm coming, putting all my peoples on the new breed vibe. put on lockdown, put on in perfect timing. New breed of female, you don't wanna see me. You don't wanna see me. Too true, get busy. New breed of female, too true back down housing. Industry put on lockdown, put on in perfect timing. New breed of female, you don't wanna see me. You don't wanna see me. Too true, get busy. New breed of female, too true back down housing. Industry put on lockdown, put on in perfect.
All right, y'all. The chat is going wild because I'll tell you, it's hard to hear y'all over the music. So everybody's trying to figure out what Archie and Jhaz are talking about. We see y'all. The chat is full of questions. I'm gonna try to get everybody's questions in. Y'all know what it is. You want to make sure we get your question into Archie and Jhaz. Make sure you hit that super chat. But we're gonna try to get them all in. What was going on, man? Tell me, like, all the tracks you had. You know, you had that intro. You grabbed everybody's attention, and then it's like, we gotta pick the one that's gonna pull people in, right? So what was it specifically about this song that you were like, this is the one, this is how we're gonna sell them on this record?
I was just telling Jazz, it was the directness. You know, it explained the whole album from the first song. They coming direct, too true, we coming, this is us. Now after this, if I'm listening to this, I'm listening, okay, well, what y'all got after this? That's how I'm thinking, because y'all hit them hard. So how you gonna come from this? And that's when you start building your story.
I thought, well, first, you know, our album is New Breed of Female. And that's the first song that I growled on. I thought that was so hard. Ah, I just had my partner over here trying to see I was a baby tiger back then. That's what he said. I was a baby tiger. I didn't know how to be like, I wish I would have been like, instead of trying to be, I don't know. But I think that song is so raw, like be a new breed. We weren't trying to show our bodies. We was trying to bust, you know what I'm saying? We didn't want to be called cold female rappers. We want to be called cold rappers. And that's what New Breed was about. Like, we ain't trying to be like, We trying to be like, bang, 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 bang.
And when you listen to the song, even in the beat, it got that eerie ding, ding, ding. You know, that was like what's drawing you into the song. And then when she talked about that growl actually what made that song. You know, because it was the sound. You know, the sound is what draws you in. And the lyrics, you listening to them at the same time, that sound is steady through your head. You know what I mean? So to me, it was the best intro coming up the album with.
Those chimes.
You just said that you would have did Are You Ready if you had to do it.
Yeah, but Are You Ready was a song that we banged on, and we never got a chance.
Yeah, that's true. We did. We thought we were building up to a boom.
But we'll talk about when we get to that song. Yeah, man.
We'll get there. Jhaz, if you move a little bit closer to Archie, I think the mic is down on his side. We might be able to hear you a little bit better. Yeah, you know, I always, now there we go. Yeah, I always said, I was like, yo, you know, that beat, man, that beat hit so hard, you know, and that's what everybody in the chat right now is saying is, yo, that beat hit so hard. You know, people are even saying for 2024, you know, that it doesn't sound dated, you know, like you can listen to that beat now, and even though it's not the style necessarily that is like you hear in hip hop now, it's like, you know, the instruments and shit, it doesn't sound dated, it doesn't sound old. I mean, that thing is still hitting right now the same way it did. People want to know, Archie, like, you know, what you were producing on back then, like what helped you, you know, create that sound.
Okay, this is what happened. Okay, the keyboard I was using was an ASR 10 Sonic. That was my very first sampler. It was called an EPS. And then I eventually bought an ASR 10, which is actually the same thing. When we did this album, we did it at home. We did it in Cleveland. But when they sent my equipment to me, they sent my equipment to me in two pieces. So all the music that we created in Cleveland, we had to recreate it. from scratch in California.
But do you remember why we did it?
We did it because we was trying to save money.
Okay. Yeah.
We was trying to say that, we was trying to say we got a budget, we wanted to save some of the money. So that's why we did the pre-production at Cleveland. But we ended up having to do the whole album from scratch. For which y'all here today, we did that from scratch in that order, song from song.
Yeah, I think.
And a lot of that music got anger in it, so that's probably why it sounds.
Yeah, I think you and I had talked about, Arch, the fact that like there's an entire like basically a demo edition of this somewhere that was done in Cleveland before y'all got to California and did it. Did it change a lot from those originals to this, like, or
yes.
Did it changed a lot? So when y'all got in there, y'all made a lot of changes versus those originals.
Yes. In the basement, it was more pre-production. When we got to California, we had, access to a lot of other equipment, better equipment, better talent, people that can actually play. Because I used to do everything with 3 fingers. So all the music you hear was played with 3 fingers. So we was trying to get it to sound more musical. So once we got to California, we was able to hire better people to play the music for us.
Jhaz, I know I'm making you move around a lot, but now I can't see your pretty face. You're getting cut out, and I don't want to lose you for the interview. There she is. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that like I was saying, people in the chat right now are talking about how hard that is, like the way that the beats hit. Not everybody's beats. A lot of people can make beats, but they don't all hit. They don't all hit like that. And I'll also say that Jhaz was talking about that time frame and that y'all wanted to be respected as rappers, right? Not girl rappers, y'all want to be respected as rappers. And this was a very pivotal time, I would say, for females in hip hop, because, females started to, you was either, we'll just call it what it is. You was either the slut that could rap, real sexy, and that was your selling point, or you was really coming to spit. And I think that II Tru, those raw rhymes, like y'all brought heat that I don't think everybody was used to at that time. So I think that the track, the album, everything, it was very fitting. Did you guys name it? Like, was a New Breed of Female? Was that y'all named it and the label went with that? How did the actual title come about for the album?
We did everything. As far as the direction of the album, the name of the album, the title of the album, the order of the album, the pictures that you see the girls inside the little test tubes. They actually was in the test tube. We came up with all the ideas. Me on there with the little thing. I was the doctor and they was the test tube.
They didn't want that. They was like, y'all, it's the first time y'all coming out. Do y'all think it's smart for y'all not to show y'all face? Like, is this what y'all want to do? Like, and we had something that we wanted to actualize. We was like, we created something new, and that's what we want the album cover to tell. But they weren't feeling that. But in that aspect, as far as the album and that cover, that was our baby right there.
It was meant to be a new breed. It was creating a new breed of female.
Yeah, man. Hey, I think that was the right way to set it off. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate discovering, and we did in the first interview, that conceptually you guys had this thing mapped out and put a lot of thought into the track listing, because Cecil and I on projects, we obsess over the track listing. We think it through. We want to make sure that it's telling the correct story from front to back. So it's awesome to hear that. I also want to point out the song we just listened to, New Breed of Female, the vibe to it. It's like a track that you could just have on in the background and it changes the whole mood. Those chimes or whatever that instrument was, that just made it just puts you in the zone. And the way I kind of describe it, it doesn't sound like, but that the Goody Mob second album, Still Standing, is like a thing you just kind of put on and just vibe to it. And this track here, just vibe, it modifies like your internals, like it changes how you're feeling. So that real good vibe on that song that we just heard. New Breed of Female.
We were was in another world back in them days.
That's a good thing.
We was in another world.
All right, y'all. Well, that was New Breed of Female. That kicked it off. So we had acapella intro. We got a track, and then you immediately hit them with the skits. And we're going to listen to the skit, and then I kind of want to talk about how these skits started to tie in the whole record and the vision y'all have for the record. So this is the Are You Ready skit.
16.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are starting our final descent into the Cleveland area. The local time is 9:06 p.m. and it's 72 degrees. We will be landing in about 15 minutes, so on behalf of the Mothug family, we'd like to welcome you to Cleveland.
So we know if you listening, usually it immediately bangs another track, but I had to stop it so we could just talk about the skits, for just a second. Skits, were something that we saw a lot in the 90s.
No, I was thinking of just Cecil pointing out that the track is about to bang in, and I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we got a story for that whole song too. But the skit, it was describing the come in. When we off this plane, we ain't the New Breed. We that shit now.
So, how did you get on the plane now?
It didn't come from Cali, right?
No. I'm saying, what luggage did we carry? You don't remember?
No.
We had garbage bags, borrowed luggage, all type of shit. We was trying to get it. We got on the plane, and for me, that was my first experience on the plane going to record. So we wanted to recreate that moment too, and then Jeff Shirley, he just played the perfect pilot.
Jeff Shirley. You remember we talked about Jeff Shirley earlier? I told you that's my man. That's who doing the imitation of the airline guy.
And I wanted, I think y'all did too. We wanted to record in Cleveland and we couldn't, so we was camping at that point, trying to make it seem like we was doing shit in the sea, but I don't know. But I thought that was hard because it was my first time on the plane. I had a panic attack. We had bags and borrowed luggage, and we was trying to get it. And my first thing, I think I said this in the interview you did with me, but when Lazy came and picked us up, he had our bags, and I'm talking about garbage bags and bags. I remember looking at Archie and bringing like, hey, we own that. And that song was a representation of me, at least, feeling like, it
was exciting to come home again, because California was crazy. So when we came home, we was coming home to party. It was going down.
That was scary.
We called everybody. We called all our homies, everybody. Hey, y'all, we in Cleveland. It's going down.
Jhaz, did you get over your anxiety? Did you get over your flying anxiety eventually? Did it turn out okay for you?
After that, like for the right price, I get on the plane. Somebody that was doing music for later, one time I was walking on the plane. I think they called me Brits, and I seen like one of them gone. I was like, I'm not getting on the plane. Like, but for the right price, I'm gonna get on the plane. But I feel like I wasn't born with wings, so it might not be for me.
All right, y'all. That was the skit. I'm gonna play the very end of the skit so that we can hear the way it drops into Are You Ready? That skit was Are You Ready? And this is the actual track. So let's check that out.
All right.
15 minutes. So on behalf of the Mothug family, we'd like to welcome you to Cleveland.
Are you ready? 'Cause we're ready. Now, are you ready? Just let me know. Put your hands where we're ready. And I let it's the new. Are you ready? Cold flavor, rhyme, we're ready.
video for this is gonna be
Now check my North
best
Coast.
celebration in
Everybody hiding Cleveland. All of a sudden now, down with the North Coast. They say from the beginning. Even though I know they just called on. See, I coming from downtown, on my way to the clear. North Coast players steady putting it in the air. Cleveland, I'm rushing the industry's map. Don't sit wide open for what's truth coming through with the mouth of can. Many skills to get your hands in the air, bobbing your head. Guarantee the split that we go. Females making moves from the land, putting it down for the radio. North Coast coming up, my sister done told you exactly what's about to go down. Two true straight taking over. If you feel me, just let me know. Put your hands well, be in the hand, holla ho. It's the new breed of female kicking it North Coast flavor. Rhymes that'll fade ya. Listen close to say ya. See this here click, we gon' get the sales the most. Cause we be mighty mo thug coming at you from the North Coast. Now if you feel me, just let me know. Put your hands well, be in the hand, holla ho. It's the new breed of female kicking it North Coast flavor. Rhymes that'll fade ya. Listen close and say ya. We all about flexing styles. It's 24/7 rap pie. North Coast. Follow me on this journey, you're making a hell ride. Pump your trunk, bomb. Suit you all you want, your city changing. Roll through the hood, get smoking, living it up in the street, straight players. Mistake us for being soft on the physical, but I still throw blows. Females respect it, what you expect coming from the North Coast? We roll, go up, flex with big diamonds, St. Clair, Cleveland on the map, that's how you find us. Blazing, steadily coming up with new tracks, even the haters be bobbing. Talking is just cause they beats fat, blacks but females, so listen close, this is how we be kicking it. Come on up to the North Coast. In Cleveland City, the heart of it all. Known to be off the hook. Nightclub showing truths, much love. Every night getting booked. Parlay off through Ohio. Roll deep with the Mother family. Nothing but representatives. Making it known up in this industry. Feel me, tape sales on the Ryzin. Nationwide support for the North. Competition getting nothing better. We draw yourself from the start. If you feel me, just let me know. Put your hands well. Hey, and holla ho. It's the new breed. Female kicking the North Coast flavor. Rhymes that are listen close and say. Now we can smoke blunts with optimals or swishes, it don't matter. A little Hennessy, better step to me cause I be better. And I get smacked when punks choose. Out of all the mini thugs, they want to test us truths, but see they still lose. Take it for whatever you want. We got the ball for your drum, so wait no doubt. North Coast dog, bring the penny down, coming from the land. South to make a fortune, got you wide open, feed this clan of intelligent bowlers. Can't stop us from clocking them dollars, cause we can create some of them scripts that'll make you realize who got the power. Up in this rap in Cleveland, ripping these shorts to pieces. Any doubt in your mind, competition ain't ready for the females. Giving out shots to all the hoods in the land, even suburbs. They cop you tripping, but we ain't shady, man. And you know, all the same man got love, cause that's where all of my people shoot the thug. And yeah, I be bragging, but Jazz in the bones. For the sister put it down in the land for the North Coast. Now, if you feel me, just let me know. Put your hands well.
Remember the main missionary
That's Are You Ready? I'll tell y'all what is so crazy to me about the record. Even though I love the way that it started with the acapella and with A New Breed of Female as the track. The album very well also could have started with the Are You Ready skit and the Are You Ready track. And it also, so it's like, it's almost like you got to start and then you pump faked everybody a little bit and then you started again. It's like you hit them with like 2 good intros and 2 bangers back to back. So tell me about Are You Ready?
I said I was going to answer this one first. But we were very cognizant of what Are You Ready was. And in our mind, primarily me, I was like, hey, how we gonna drop our hottest shit first, especially when, we're a new group, people might go over that. So, and it was when we came out. So I was like, ballers, flossing, they gonna be in the club, they could do this, do that. And then by the time the summer, because ballers, flossing was supposed to be summer, but by the time it actually is summer, they could be like, are you ready? So it was a plan. We had a plan. But hindsight is always better. Just like Arch was saying, if we were to do it again, we definitely would have did Are You Ready first. And I think Arch and Brina wanted to do Are You Ready, but I pop corn. I run them over. And that might have been too our funny, but not ever fun.
And
Yeah, she said it perfectly. It was her fault.
I just want to make sure my memory is correct on this.
I ain't just grown, I'm grown as hell. And I'm accountable. Boom.
I did love that song. That was like that helicopter. I was just telling Dad, to me, the helicopter would drove that whole song because it was like we were just on the helicopter. We could have had a video. That's probably how I had that video. Them was leaning over a helicopter, flying over the city of Cleveland, shouting out to all the hoods. You know what I mean? And that's what Are You Ready is for. Let everybody from the hood let them know that we thinking about the hoods. You know what I mean?
Called the power or
it's a video. It's a video. It's better.
But listen, one thing I was saying, that song didn't have no chorus. Me and Brenda had some hard ass verses. We recorded it, and then when we came back the next day, Arch was like, "This is the chorus." So if you hear it, like the 4 bars of my second verse is the chorus, because Arch, I think that's one of the songs where he took creative control, because we did not make that go. He just basically sampled that and put it. It was like, this is what I think needs to be here. He did the Dr. Dre on us. It was like, go in there and do that. But it vibed. And then I think blessing for us. What was the blessing for us was the whole BDC, if you agree. But I think what was a blessing for us, most of the tracks that we got wasn't like you going through a bank of songs and picking out a beat. The songs that we got were like made for us. You know what I'm saying? So if you hear that little it's probably because it was made either with us in mind or we were there.
Yeah, every song we made from
you know what I'm
first
saying?
drum track, the first sound, every song was made like that.
Yeah, we was connected. We were connected with each other, right? Yeah.
And this song was supposed to be the sequel to Baller's Flossin music video. I just want to make sure everybody heard that and make sure I remember that correctly.
That was going to be part 2.
Yeah, and at the end of the video, you seem to say to be continued. And if you do your research, we were the first ones to use that to be continued. And Chris Robinson, we were his first video, and I think he incorporated that. And I'm just saying, it ain't snitching flat out.
See, so there's some super chats questions in there.
I see a few super chats. Kevin Starks says, I noticed they go back to back when rapping, and they just want to know. He wants to know what the thought process was on that, as far as the the back to back rapping. Sounds like you talked about it a little bit with the it didn't have the chorus at first, but he just wanted to find out about you guys going back to back the way you did.
I think that played into me and Brina thinking that we were, well, me and Brina being a new breed. So instead of, here you got this whole verse of her, this whole verse of me, and actually it takes more thought, more input to be able to flow when you going. I think we were cheating when we did like 4, 4, 4. When we was really in our groove, you'll hear us just throwing it back and forth. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that was coming from, because we too true, so we can finish each other's stuff. You know what I'm saying? On most of the songs, a lot of people couldn't tell us apart, because one of the things that we did was each other backups. So you know how you might get down on your stuff, but then to have somebody else come in and finesse it with their jig, plus respecting how you get down, I think that's what made us, pop like how or jig how we was jigging together.
Yeah, that's correct. I didn't know that about the backup part, that y'all was doing backups for each other. That gives y'all a really unique sound, and it does explain at times why it's like who was who. You don't hear about that a lot. Like, that's a really unique thing that y'all were doing. That's really cool, man. Like, y'all come up with that? Was that Arch on his Dr. Dre? Like, how did y'all decide we gonna back each other up like that?
Well, at first we were on a 4-track. So basically, we had to rap through. It wasn't no punching, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So in the chorus, you vibing to your partner, so you might be like, ooh, ooh, or say something with her, and he like, that shit sound hard. Do that again. You know what I'm saying? And then it became a constant. Even you was doing our backups and stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it was more or less like they're Lady Birds, and then I have Jazz go back on top of it. You know what I'm saying? So we tried to do that on most of the songs, like she said, because we was creating a new breed of female. So every verse on every song, you're gonna hear them come back and forth like that. I think there's only 1 or 2 songs that they gonna do a whole verse by themselves. But I don't even. Yeah, and that was only, but you'll get to that song too.
But everything else, I'm gonna bring the backups. She on my backups, and that's how we got.
They just vibe like that.
I love when users ask a question like this. This always makes me very happy to see our listeners. Brian wants to know, is there any unreleased tracks or video footage in Archie's vault that they would be willing to share with Beyond the Harmony listeners?
Yeah, what you say?
I mean, I can't share it today. I just on a new phone. But yeah, we record. Like I said, we used to record. I used to make them. I was like a slave driver, if I could say that. I was like a slave driver. I used to make them record like every day. We'll sit down and record a new song. So they had hundreds of songs. Like, I still got 8 that sitting in my garage. I don't even know if they still good. But yeah, they got a lot. Then Jazz got things of her own that she was recording at her house that's fire. Rita, she had albums that she did on her own. Yeah, it's so much material. I mean, this material pressed up, that we just let
Listen, just so y'all know, everybody that's listening, I appreciate y'all asking if they'll share us, but just so you guys know, I'll be bugging Archie for about 6 years.
But I'm gonna get together with Jazz and Brina, and we're gonna decide what song we're gonna put some stuff that y'all never heard before.
Let's go.
We're gonna play it on Beyond the Harmony.
Let's go. Any day.
I know. I released some unreleased stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, y'all, I was feeling boxy.
Hey.
Yeah. I seen that. I seen one of your videos, Jazz. It's like you're outside rapping. I seen that one. It's gangsta.
Oh, that's my girl Toya. Shout out Toya. She's fighting cancer right now. Yeah, that's my girl. She did that. She was like, "Come here, bitch. We about to do this." And we was walking down the street like, "Hey."
Everybody's real excited. They want it. The studio footage. They're like, get whatever you can. So y'all listening, just know.
We got a lot of pictures too that Brina used to take. Brina was the photographer.
Okay, and I was the first one.
No, I'm talking about the pictures. But they got pictures. I don't have pictures. For some reason, I wasn't thinking about pictures. But they got a lot of pictures and a lot of video.
Y'all have, from back then, you have video too?
Yeah, we had like a video cameras.
Oh,
wow.
There y'all go. Now
nice.
Listen, everybody listening, I don't want y'all bugging poor fucking Archie every day in his DM, because you know this now. You know what he said. Just relax. I'll get with Archie. I'll get with Jazz. We'll put something together. Y'all don't start harassing these two now that you know they got all this shit.
Yeah. Brina, man, she was the collector.
Brina's the gatekeeper.
Yeah, man. She got gate. She killed me because she'd be like, I ain't giving you your shit because you're going to lose.
Shout out to Brina. She couldn't be here with us tonight, but she sent her love to everybody that was watching and listening, and she really sent y'all a lot of love. And I'm sure if she could have been here with us tonight, she would have been. But she wanted to shout out all the fans that are still supporting 2 Tru, almost 30 years into doing this, and here we are. We're listening to the record. The chat is full. People are going crazy. That was Are You Ready? It was going to be the second single, but of course we know that a single did get off the ground. Ballers Flossin'. We as fans love it. It's a classic. You know, it's got the Mo Thugs in it. We got that video, and we've talked a little bit about it in your interviews, but let's check it out. Let's play the track, and then we'll jump into it.
Yeah,
I really like that.
Come on.
I can't wait to talk about this song.
we got to dance after this, y'all.
Another one of these days, early in the morning, I hear you blowing, here we come, out the door. Jhaz grab the keys, already got the blunts. What's up, Archie? Chance to win some candles to sit with you. Let me get that back seat to hear them radio on 10. Factory speakers about to bust. Master P covering up noise from that exhaust. Destination going park, steadily smoking on these. Nothing but to drop 6 floors on steeds. Bouncing like a mother rim, sparkling in the sun. Us, we got the hubcaps in the coat of us. Commence to roll the house of Windsor. At this red light, drop top, candy apparatus, expo pulls up to the side. Tight ass chrome, my sweater's player got wet paint. Turn the system down, they drowning out all sounds, man. Hitting switches, watching flaws, hitting threes, let's pull on. There's the stove, gotta get some Zippendale and Molly's for the pork. Oh, that's a lost scene in that ride. They rolling with a backseat full of speakers and a trunk full of batteries. Told me to say it on the regular. You can tell what a nigga got teeth and see this phone. Let's go with no brakes. This push no knee, baby. And I'm sick of this. It's a shame when this has had to deal with all this. We got to kick it now. Out the car. Where my lighter at? Give it back. Tape in my pocket. Let me put this in your tape deck. All these ballers flossing, doing pancakes, looking lovely. You get bomb, AJ in your trunk and come off from it. Just for the 10, thanks for the support. Now we back to the hoop. Got another tape off. Let's watch these players. Let's get up on some hen. And we can pretend like we sipping on John Lead. Cause we still got hustle and fed. For the COVID pop, if we gon' smoke this week, we better push some more of these tapes. It's getting dark. They be taking their shows in. Better hurry before it's too late. Parlaying in the heart of the land. Just hanging cause it's summertime. 3 deep in the 4 hoopty. All around us ballers and they rise. Ballers and lost in their rise.
I can't wait to tell the story of this. And this is a funny story.
Let's roll to the studio, Archie. We got to get some gas real fast. Sitting up all this flossing time for us Trus to get some cash. One of these days, sisters pops is gonna be on swole. 2 Tru and AJ don't have some right to bust the road. Some gon' get mine when I get paid. You can put that on your family. I'ma put that on my Trus. Rewind this tape player, recognize 2 Trus. Come to get your food. And these ghetto blues didn't have this faded too low. In the borders, that's flossing in they rise. Gonna be bumping the odds. Another win before we part for tonight. Blaze it up, Jhaz. 2 hits, then you pass in another year. We gon' be top class. Players in this game, we gon' change for them good things. Let them floss, cause it's so good.
I got my own story about this whole song. I think we all got the same story. You understand? You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep it 100 though. I'm gonna start the story off like this.
I should get up and do the dance step, damn it.
All right, y'all. Look,
Dang.
there's a lot to unpack here.
Hey, I know it's a lot of questions about this
There's
song,
a lot
man.
to unpack here, so I'm gonna let y'all do what you do, and then I'll ask my questions because I heard y'all talking. So let's go, ballers flossing.
Okay. Now listen. So y'all come off the plane, you know what I'm saying? You know, we about to tear the city up, right? So we get here and the check ain't hit yet. The money ain't hit, you know, the count ain't right. So, you know, the buses, you know, RTA, everybody riding around and shit, they bumping our music, they showing us on the faces of the bus going past, and we looking like, wow, man, we ain't got that money everybody think we got, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, Lazy and Crazy, them, they was living good. You know, they had the Benzes and shit. If you look at the video, they had the Benz. And that car you saw, that was my car. If anybody want to know the question, but that was my car.
That was your car. That was a brand right car.
It was the exact same car.
Year, make, model, color.
They
was your car.
they ran the exact same. My car ran better. They had the exact same car, man. So we were just telling everybody that we're not ballers and we're not flossing. But when we get that money right, we're gonna come down, we're gonna come around with a whip like everybody else got. Now, Jhaz, you tell your story.
Jhaz, you laughing hard. What's on your mind, girl? Tell me what's happening.
And we went through hell to get that video done in Cleveland.
We did. We went through hell and high water to get that video done in Cleveland. I'm laughing so hard because that was our truth. Okay. That was our true feelings at the time. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
That's the truth.
We wanted
True
to,
song.
or I wanted to,
We was broke.
I wanted to do music. So I was happy. I was good with doing music. And then in my mind, I was gonna get paid for doing music. You know what I'm saying? So we were doing things. We was doing stuff. We traveling. And you know, I know how to pop corn, so I'm in different cities. Popping caramel, peanut butter, chocolate, all type of corn. You go either chew me and spit it out or swallow. Hey, and then we to get back to Cleveland, and oh damn, that's fucked up when you say it out your mouth. You process it. But we was living better out of town than at home. Damn, that's fucked up. And so we was like, Bullets flossing, and that's another chorus dude over here stole because it was part of my rap. Bullets flossing and they rise. And he was like, Jazz. He was sample, and we was priding ourselves off of, you know, all our beats is original. And he started sampling the shit out of our shit, which was another calculated move that didn't turn out well.
I'll tell you that you sample the artist, you ain't got to pay for the sample. You know, we getting used anyway, so you might as well use ourselves.
But yeah, we sampled up with that song. I felt somebody still driving. We had a little dance to it that we used to do when we was on stage. But man, yeah, Bob's Flossin, we was in our feelings.
I,
That
I,
yeah,
I,
the
I
video too.
the
Yeah, we played the
concept,
hell out that video. I'm sorry.
the concept. I remember when I first seen it on TV. I was like, man, the concept to this track is brilliant. Like this is.
Okay, let me tell you that.
Hold on, let me say, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I was just saying that it brilliant because it was a new concept. I hadn't heard it in a song before, especially presented the way you guys did it. And I was just like, man, this is gonna hit so many people because it's so relatable to anybody in that situation. And it's a gazillion people, especially back then. How ballers flossing in the ride, and then we're just driving our hoopties, man. So it was a brilliant track. Like most of the time, sometimes you hear repeated themes. This one was a new theme. Most of the time, rappers are bragging about, yo, I got the best car. And this was the opposite side of it. So I was like, man, you're getting to see the other side of the
That
story.
that was an Arch idea, y'all.
Brilliant idea. Oh, hey,
Nah,
and we got to know about the saxophones because and the like piccolo, that piccolo sound. I'm not sure what instrument that boom 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 boom. That
all of
thing
the
is.
wind instruments.
Like,
Jimmy Z.
yeah, it was Jimmy Z did the saxophone. Actually, Jimmy Z on the whole album.
Anyway,
Any wind instrument that you hear, I had Jimmy Z play it.
Wow.
And I'm gonna just say this for the whole album. I wanted to come with a Western theme. So if you listen to it, you listen to the whole album, every song, it has some type of spaghetti theme, and you know what I'm saying, some type of whisper or harmonic or saxophone or flute. You're gonna hear that in every song. You're gonna hear that kind of sound.
That's amazing.
So go ahead, John.
I just wanted to finish off. So that was the saxophone. You said the wind instruments. So I don't know if it was a piccolo sound, but it's on like the bridge when the measure concludes. So there's like a
Yeah, that
yeah.
was a sound. That was like a little sound I had on my keyboard. It was like a little sample sound, and when you hear it, it made a couple like futuristic sound.
But
And
man,
I just made it fade off in the background, so you really couldn't hear it. It had to be like it was paying like to one side of the music, so
that
it just
sound,
kept
man.
your ear a little bit.
Like that was iconic upon first listen, and like when I heard it, I was just like, man, this is so cool how that sounds. I never heard. Part of music, making music, like what made Pink Floyd so cool is that they would come with new sounds that the ear had never heard before, and I had never heard that specific sound before, and it just I just remember the whole year just having that in the back of my head. Brilliant. If that was you that did it, that was brilliant beyond brilliance. Like music history right there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we were just man. I told we was in the whole every song. Like I say, you'll hear it. You'll hear something different that we did, something different that they said. Because every song we was trying to take it to another level, but we was trying to keep the same message.
but you know what was else good about the
What?
just like you just said. Oh, sorry. Just like you said, we had the opportunity to because doing it in our studio, whatever. You were playing stuff. Arch, every instrument that was an instrument, he had somebody who could play that instrument come in and play it live, which brought character. Because instead of just like getting it right one time and looping it, it was like instead of
So yeah, so the whole album was live music.
yeah.
The whole album was live. Everything was some type of live instrument.
Love that. That's not, you don't see that anymore. So my main question tonight actually got answered. It was about how did the concept of the video come to pass. So
Oh, that's what I
now
wanted to talk about.
I'm
Go
setting
ahead.
you up to knock it down right now. So like
All
what
right.
I
Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna
specifically
talk about it.
want to hear about at that time, music videos were a massive media, like mainstream media. Music videos were like we all just sat around and watched music. That's just what you put on at the time. You just put on music videos, right? And so how did you get that concept through? Did you have to threaten anyone? Because it is like, you know how a lot of time you just see what you see, no new idea under the sun, right? And
Right.
so I would love to hear you speak on that.
So for Baller Sponsor, we had in our mind how we wanted to actually. We had the whole thing in our mind. We already said it. So Hallie Moffett, that's her name. She came with the treatment for the video. This treatment said we were gonna be driving around trying to sell tapes.
No, they asked us first how we would do it. Told her that she came with the treat.
It was bullshit. You don't remember that part?
Right, but you had to tell us that the idea was still your idea. It was still your idea. She just tried to.
We didn't. End of the day, beginning of the morning, what we did was call our people and said, hey, the lady Hallie Moffett said, where you go get all of these trick cars? Because we felt like it was a contract. They presented us with a treatment and we presented them with like, no, we're not going to be riding around trying to sell tapes out the car. That's not even how it went. We used to post up in people's hoods like, what's up? We got music for them. Like, what you just, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? That's not, or in my mind, when I make music, I want to at least rap it how, you need to get back? I want to rap it how, or I want you to hear it how it is in my mind. That's my goal. You know what I'm saying? And that video wouldn't have been what we was doing back in the day. So we, excuse me, we called our people. They was like, if you can make this happen, and they talking about some good niggas from the clique. They said they gotta be here at like 5:45 in the morning. Who does that? Crews do that. We called our people. We said they went to the car shop and washed and waxed their cars till it was time. And they were set up on the street. And they was like, where are the trick cars at? And then we just heard stuff like, boom, boom, boom. Like they sat there and was like, everybody on the count of 3, press play. So we got a line of cars coming down, bumping our shit. And all of those people in the video, everything in the video, that was us. After we did that, she put her hands up and was like, go ahead. But guess what? At the end of the video, when it said produced by, guess what it said? And it ain't snitching if you tell it. You can tell that story.
I think I had a great time with the video though. Christopher Robertson, that was his very first video he shot. Our video was his very first video. If you don't know who Christopher Robertson is, he the one who did ATL, the movie ATL, Belly, and
the dude who did our pictures, Christopher and whatever. He the shit.
But Christopher Robertson, that's who did that video. He charged us $80,000 to do that video.
So,
and now he charged $1 million, no less than $1 million to do a video.
So I guess we came up. I guess your outlook affects your outcome, huh? And perspective is everything.
Maybe that video was what got him those $1 million shots. So hey.
Yeah.
Hey, but yeah, that video.
Oh, you had a great time shooting that video though.
Was it always gonna be
shut down St. Clair?
You said what?
I was gonna say, was it always gonna be like, like a Cleveland shot video, or did they want to keep you in LA and do something easy or different? Like what? Like I've always wondered, like how did we get everybody back to Cleveland for this?
Well, we had to fight for that. They wanted us to shoot the video in LA to keep the costs down, but we really wanted to do our first video in Cleveland because we felt like, we came out of Cleveland, we should shoot our first video in Cleveland. And one of the arguments that we did have was, y'all showed our first video in Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? That is what is wrong with Cleveland. We want to shoot ours in Cleveland. We don't want people to think that, we blew up and now all of a sudden we too good for Cleveland. We said we gotta come back home. You know what I'm saying? So we shot the video in Cleveland, like you say. We got all our dudes, all our friends. They came and shot with all them guys that had the 6 poles. It was dudes that we knew in the hood. We were just trying to give love to the hood because we figure we got to get they love, they support to blow us up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta blow up in your own town first. So that's what we had to have done in Cleveland. You know what I mean?
Joe Cal 84 says, I used to play Ballers Flossin in my 84 Honda Accord with a sound system that was worth more than the car itself. Much love to II Tru and Beyond the Harmony for bringing so much rap history. So, that all goes to what John was saying, which is when you listen to rap music, it's like, sure, you would love to be able to relate to the chains and the diamonds and the planes and the nice cars. But the fact is, a lot of people relate to, I'm about to go out and get in the fucking 84 Honda Accord. So I think that's why that song hits like that. I also want to say, and this is more for our listeners that may not know, but Archie had mentioned Jimmy Z. If you don't know Jimmy Z, legendary Ruthless Records, a lot of the shit that you guys heard over on Ruthless, a lot of those like saxophones, things like that's all Jimmy Z. So it's amazing that y'all had Jimmy Z rocking with you on this album as well.
Hey man, he came in like he had a suitcase full of guns. He opened that case up. He said, "What you want?" I said, "Man, I want this, I want this." He was like, "Man, I got you." And he did that whole album he did in 2 days.
Do you remember he even played the fucking harmonica?
Yeah, that's what you go hear the song with the harmonica.
Every wind instrument. Jimmy Z, he came in that, he got blonde hair, tan, maybe a little sunburned or something like that. But he fuck it up. He like, what do you want? What do you want?
But all our music was done by all the horns was done. Every horn you hear was done by Jimmy Z.
How did that connection come about?
On the keyboard. Every guitar you hear was done by Mike. Stan the Guitar Man and Mike Smooth. Those were two people who did our guitars. But every track got live guitars, live horn sounds. Probably on that one.
Stan the Guitar Man. What on one of the Ruthless albums? I think it's the DOC, the grand finale. I think we got Stan the Guitar Man, so that's legendary too, right there. Stan the Guitar Man and Jimmy Z. You guys in the chat there's a Jimmy Z music video with Eazy-E and Dr. Dre, and it's pretty wild to see because Dre and Eazy are kind of out of character in that one, and Jimmy Z's looking like Fabio in the thing. So, but yeah, that's amazing. Stan the Guitar Man.
Who?
Jimmy Z. Or that was before he grew his hair.
I'm just saying he was looking pretty good. I mean, I'm for guys appreciating guys. I'm married to a female, but I'm just saying, I was like, man, Jimmy Z, you looking pretty good in your video with Dre and
Eazy. Jimmy Z was cool, man.
Yeah.
Hey, he was real, man. He was real cool, man. He might use some guy in California. Yeah, was a surfer. He reminded me of a surfer guy.
That's what I thought it was. Ooh, yeah.
Long hair, hippie kind of guy. He was cold.
When we first went, no, it was we. So I'm gonna say we first went to California, but my first experience that was like, besides getting off the plane and seeing the dude at the bus stop, like just hitting himself and people sitting there acting like that was normal. But after that, my first weird experience was being on Virginia Beach. And he reminded me of a Virginia Beach dude who, giving in and whatever. I don't know. He was there for us. He looked, arching his eyes, and was like, yeah. Did this a couple of times, went in the booth and was like, whatever it was, he was going and he played the shit out that shit. So shout out to Jimmy Z. Yeah, Jimmy Z come. Jimmy Z is
How'd the connection get made there? I mean, I know how Jimmy was with Ruthless and with some other people, but how did II Tru specifically get hooked up with Jimmy to make those records?
Actually, we was in a studio with Jeff Shirley, and Jeff Shirley, he had contacts because Jimmy Z was like a free agent. You know what I mean? So when I told Jeff Shirley what I was looking for, I was like, I need horns. I need somebody to play a saxophone or something. he called Jimmy. He called Jimmy. Jimmy Z was the first person he called. And like I said, when Jimmy Z quit, when he came prepared. You know what I mean? He ain't come to look and listen. He uh, he came fully loaded. You know what I'm saying? And he did everything. We went from song to song, and everything I wanted him to lay on each song, he did that day. The next day, we went over everything, added it, subtracted it, and he was gone. Paid him, and I ain't saw Jimmy Z since that day. I wish I could see him and thank him because I never had nobody to read my mind like that.
Yeah, y'all. So could make that happen. Hey, Jimmy Z.
You know I like a challenge, man. You know I like a challenge. So now that the challenge is out there, Archie's done a lot for me. So let me see.
And fat vocals.
Let me see what I can do. Too. And fat vocals, Johnny, write them all down. You know we find a lot of people. I feel like I can do this. You know.
You know, Jimmy Z, he was very good, man. And Stan Guitar Man and Mike Smooth. Mike Smooth was the dude from the hood. But Mike Smooth was professional too. You know what I mean? Them three people.
It sounds like you're trying to say something. What did you say?
And we had a great team.
Well, that was Mike Smooth is, I think, mentioned on that the grand finale by the DOC and NWA at the very end. Like all the names you're saying, they shout them all out at the end of the song. Mike Smooth, I've heard his name a couple times. So yeah, man, that Mike Smooth.
Yeah, actually, when I mixed this album down, Dr. Dre was in the studio with me. You know, we was at what was the name of that studio? That's Grubman. You know, his name was Grubman. I can't think of his first name. Who? Bernie Grubman. We was at his studio. He mastered the album. And Dr. Dre was there listening as he was mastering. He was like, "Man, this is the next few rich. This is the next shit right here, man." And I was like, "Man, shit, I appreciate even hearing that from you. You know what I mean? I wish I had a chance for him to really hear."
Don't know his first name.
Oh, it was Alan, wasn't it? No, it was Bernie. It was Bernie. Bernie brother. Yeah, she's right. I'm old, man. I can't remember.
See, hey, look, this is what I told y'all, right? I said, hey, we gonna get on here, we gonna do this, and it's gonna bring up conversations and thoughts that y'all probably haven't had since you did it. A question that people had earlier, but it was in the middle of a song, and I didn't want to cut it off, is everybody was looking for the general age range that you guys were all in when you were doing this record.
How old were you, Jhaz? You was like 18, right?
I just turned 18. You had to wait.
Yeah, so I was 28. Jhaz was 18. And Brina was like 20.
I was the only one who wasn't legal at first. Damn.
Yeah, because we had to wait for her mama to sign a contract.
Yeah, this is free information. That they probably don't want me to tell you, but they used to go out and didn't take the kid because I wasn't old enough.
So Jhaz was the baby.
My truths, yes. And that's how they always have treated me to this day. Yeah.
She said to this day. That was the big one, y'all. That was the single. We know that the follow-up single was gonna be Are You Ready? Those were the back-to-backs. So Ballers Flossin', man, you know, that's the history right there. Like people the people in the chat are like, I still listen to that. I still bump that. I saw a comment where somebody said, every time I get in my car, I still come on. So, you know, a lot of impact that song and video had, not just on, I would say the fans, but, you know, what we consider Mo Thug culture, and what we consider, you know, like the bone culture, like that song has a massive impact because y'all didn't lean on, you know, Bone for the first single or anything like that. And you could have, there's plenty of features on here. But this is what you did. Was this your pick? The label? Like, why was this the pick? Like, what was it was like about this one that was like, this is the one that we got to go with?
When Barbara Flossin came out, when Barbara Flossin came out, mind you, it was wintertime. Originally, it wasn't intended to come out in the wintertime. But mind you, we hood people too. I felt like this so messed up to say. But if you riding around, bending corners, handling your handle, that's the perfect song to play while you bending corners. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes into it and you in the club and you out, it was a plan. You know, I thought Ballin' Flossin was perfect to ride to songs, especially what I didn't understand was probably Cleveland the only one who would experience what, right? Not like we do. Like they probably not, they probably out, no shirt songs still. We like this, like in there with the tent. I don't know. I thought that would be perfect to ride to, slide to, whatever like that. Let's because you floss in your ride. Whatever it is. I thought that was wrong.
Yeah. Hey, that song still, this many years later, that song still is the perfect thing to put on the car and ride to. So you was on the money with it, Jhaz. You was on the money.
Yeah, even though Art's laughing at me.
So, after Ballers Flossin', I can't believe it, but we only 5 tracks in right now, right? So Ballers Flossin', the big single, was the 5th one in. So, we had the New Breed of Female. We had Are You Ready? Then we had Ballers Flossin', so it brings us into Shiesty now. So let's play it, because I know there's something behind this, but we're going to play it. Let's play it, and then we'll chop it up.
So what's behind Shiesty?
Niggas be trying to fade me. Nobody doping with this bullshit. I cannot cope. You played me once too many times and it's over with. Dumb trick shit. I can't stand this shiesty bitch. But anyway, let's take this into deeper visions. A nigga quick to play ya. It's shiesty's definition. Better watch your back. Cause shiesty ones have many faces. But quick shiesty bitch ain't got no love for them maces. And nigga, bring it on. Cause I got plenty of back. I got to touch up in me back. So you know I don't give a fuck. But shit, this is the down for whatever. But shiestiness just gets to me, a fucking mental terror. Clever on my bitch and shiesty ones I see right through you. On my P's and Q's, plus I'm immune to your voodoo. Fool, you cannot handle me, tell me how did you figure? Straight from the click, hit it with Cliff, you on the topic of shiesty niggas.
Shiesty nigga, you figured you could invade me. Cluckers that try to tell us, underestimate a thorough lady up in this game. Cause I just struggled in these streets, done had too many chumps. Going against the grain, trying to compete. Player hate in my hood, running their mouth like bitches. All these smiling faces that's down in the camp with figures. Wanna be Oscars, but couldn't stop us from hitting them levels. Shiesty fools gon' dish you no matter if you do better, I'ma go get her. Don't let no buster stop no show. Sister gon' do her thing and run game and stack some dough. Back to chrome pump, sister strapped at all times. Ain't no gangster coming off shady, gon' make me handle mine.
Niggas be trying to play me. Nobody don't fight me. Niggas be trying to play me. Niggas be trying to fight me. Now check this nigga with my beats undercover shiesty bitch. Although you claim to be down, I find you only stinking dick trick weak game. But eventually all become recognized. 86 a bitch, shiesty one best break up all ties. Got no remorse, breaking them all, putting it into all this. You see my mind begins to clear with the shiesty ones in my press inside. I think not. As a matter of fact, I got much shit on that other level. I done peeped all of your shiestiness. Come to mentals. The cards on the table, your hands bitch, your issue and bitch the game. But bitch, you fucking with them pros. I got my Nina bring the holiday. So you know I got my gauge code up in the game, so it ain't shit. For a sister to flip in the rain. A steady dance, blasting ass. Coming on with your crew, got clips for days, and I'm high as school, so don't give a fuck about you. So bring whatever. Clever you think your plan may be. My mental's way too tight, and I hate a nigga that's shiesty. Niggas be trying to say nobody don't fight me. Niggas be trying to say nobody don't.
Niggas be trying to fight me. Trying to bait the sister, they got hard game player. You must ain't catch the name, think back to verse 1. Songs all games ain't the same. And when you try to run up in a nigga, 4 digital figures slinging, you getting over unnoticed, undercover gold digger. Shicey moves, prove your hands, can't be trusted for nothing. So let's stop fronting, be a man, she work, cause I ain't for bluff. Cause we start bluffing, try to go whole cost of damage is done. Best believe ain't no holler, son. Better off on the run, them whole costs. I don't deal with checking your hand is a must. Fool trying to play games with the spade, to get paid, you get schooled on the real. Chill, them shots of type skills, before me come crashing. Too late to be asked, for a second chance, we see like flashing. For being shy, get a little too pricey to stay calm. Cause you should've let things hang the way they was, but you chose not to. So I got to pull back my trigger finger, because me really don't give a fuck about a shicey nigga. Niggas be trying to see this shit around. Nobody don't hate me. Niggas be trying to see this shit around. Nobody don't. Niggas be trying to bait me. Niggas be trying to see this shit around. Nobody don't hate me. Niggas be trying to see this shit around. Nobody don't. Niggas be trying to bait me. Niggas be trying to test us. Shiesty.
All right, y'all. I gave you the whole song to chop it up and think about it, and we gonna go in on this one, because I'll tell you, when I was a kid and I heard this song and I had this record, and just so you know, the copy of New Breed of Female that I have, right? I just turned 40. It's the same copy I bought when I was a kid. This thing never left my possession, okay? And
we both looked up and smiled at the same time. Hey, everybody clap for the same time.
So you know,
that's live as hell. Thank you.
You know, I remember hearing this song, and I said, "This is the thing that's making them unique right here." You know, this is like, you know, it's like girls can rap, people can rap, but there's something unique and different about this that I was like, nah, that's too true though, right there. Like you're not gonna play this and someone's gonna go, oh, is this so and so? Nah, you know this is too true. So tell me about Shiesty.
No, I said you was gonna play this one first.
Precisely, it was actually things that if you listen to it, it tell you a story. It's telling you a story of how females was treated in that game. You know what I'm saying? And they was lightweight trying to reverse that standard. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of you trying to play me for some pussy, I'm gonna play you. You know what I'm saying? You think you getting it, but
oh, not play you.
well, you know what I'm saying. It's the same thing, but Shiesty was it was actually talking about how people was coming at him at the time. You know, it's different in the industry, how people was coming at them. You know, they was female. You know what I'm saying? And in them days, the hardest thing in the world was to get females in the dope. You know what I'm saying? Because there's only one way in the dope for females. And unfortunately, you know, II Tru didn't have to go through that.
Oh, you said that good. I'm proud.
She said you did a good job with that, Arch. You did a good job.
Yeah. We didn't say fade, S-A-D-E. We said fade, B-A-D. Like they shiesty. They trying to just play us. My understanding of fade is when someone approaches a woman in a way that they would not approach a man. And that was things that we were going through at that time. Like, whoa, like you would never ask ours to do that, or any of both the male counterparts to do some of the things that II Tru was approached with. Like, come on, man, that's shiesty, right?
But when you listen to the lyrics, it was more based on like a talent outweighs all the things that you know, all the shit that you coming at them with. You know, if you listen to the talent, you know, you could get a little bit further, you know, with them. You know what I'm saying? Versus the way y'all coming, you know, we ain't gonna roll like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what it was about. And if you hear the guitar in there, the guitar was like a funk. I was going for a funk sound. You know what I mean? Because the way they flowing on it that guitar sound is like riding with. You know what I'm saying? That flow is that flow. All their songs to me got a flow to it. I used to tell them that back in the days. It ain't even the lyrics; it's the flow. You know what I'm saying? It's flowing with the sound. You know what I'm saying? That's how you can tell that when they did these tracks, the music, the lyrics, everything was done at that time, like Jazz was saying earlier. You know what I mean? Because it's all riding like like a melody. They voices, everything is a melody. You know what I mean?
Something that and I think that in probably both y'all's interviews we touched on this, but it kind of made me think about it a little bit. Of course, pre Mo Thug, Archie wasn't quote unquote a member of II Tru. He produced for II Tru, he produced for a lot of people, but by the time you got to Mo Thug, Archie kind of got grouped in there, and especially as fans, we were like, hey, the II Tru, it's the two girls and the guy, so there's three of them in II Tru. Did it help having Archie in that situation, as far as like were people less likely to try to approach Jhaz and Brina because they knew Archie's kind of the big brother? Oh, you're not going to be able to do to these two what may happen to others, because Archie's there. Like, was Archie kind of like real protective in those situations?
So that's interesting. Ordinarily, I would speak for II Tru. In this instance, I'm going to speak for James. I think that had Arch not been involved in this situation, and part of the reason that me and Brenda, again, I said I was looking for myself, so forgive me. But the reason that I suggested to Brenda that he become a part of the group is for a couple of reasons. One is because if he was not a part of the group, we would not have had license or control over where our tracks came from. And I feel like the reason that we made the music that we made was because, as we said earlier, it wasn't just like we were picking through tracks, which I felt like would have been the situation if we didn't do what we did. But we made our stuff together. We were really II Tru. It was three of us, but it was II Tru. So I thought that this would solidify us not having to pick through beats or whatever. We can keep the same type of vibe that we had. That was my decision. And like I said, ordinarily I speak for all of us, but I'm speaking for me. I wanted to keep the same type of vibe that we had. I didn't want to get, 10 tracks and here, pick one or whatever like that. I like going in the studio I like music being not beats to pick from. I like music being made for me. So for me, making Arch a part of the group solidified that. I didn't have to worry about, and I looked at it with Lauryn Hill or whatever, and the Fugees or whatever. And that was my mind process. I wanted to make sure that I can give good or I thought that would be the best decision for me.
Yeah.
And this is the only time I ever spoke for me in II Tru's life.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it was a great, internally and externally, it was a great decision. You know what I'm saying? Because it did internally for the three of y'all what it needed, but externally as a fan, it made the situation very unique. Like for us, it was like the dynamic there, of Archie being, I'm not going to say exclusive, but that was like, yeah, there's all these people on Mo Thug, but like Archie is II Tru. Like that's who does the II Tru sound, and it was like, so when he was like part of the group, it made it kind of special. You know, it was like not everybody's touching this II Tru shit. Like only Archie is doing it. So it was like it really gave you guys a unique dynamic that I think that has a lot to do with the longevity, you know, of like how people feel about II Tru. And that's not to say that if it was just Jhaz and Brina that it wouldn't have been the same and the longevity may not be there, but because it was the three of y'all and it was so different, like you said, you know, Fuji's, you know, that kind of thing. It's like a reverse Fuji's situation. And it was really cool. I think back to those pictures of all y'all in the like the Mo Thug albums and stuff, and it's like you guys had a very cool look together. You know, I mean the style matched the music very well. You know, so I think it was a really good thought out decision that I think paid off in the long run.
Yeah, that was a good decision, but it wasn't my decision.
I've
That
heard
was
you said that
lazy.
before too.
That was lazy goal decision. My goal for II Tru was to have II Tru as two females, you know, a duel. You know what I'm saying? That was my dream for II Tru. And I had other artists also. And like Jazz said earlier, I had also other artists that I was grooming. Actually, some of them was even before II Tru, before Bow Enterprise. And they were still under the roster too. So I was trying to get II Tru a deal. You know what I mean? I never even thought that the music would be separated from us because we was a group as far as the whole organization. You know what I mean? It was a whole organization. It wasn't just II Tru. It was II Tru. If Kid Dog was getting beats, everybody in the city of Cleveland, Brothers was everybody was getting music. So when they made me an artist with II Tru, it kind of made it seem like, you know, I became an artist now, and I'm not an artist. I'm a producer. You know what I mean? I produce Bone. I produce II Tru. I produce Ken Dog. I produce. You know, I don't do lyrics. You know what I mean? And that's where I didn't understand it at. But when Lady Bone explained it to me, it was more economical. You know what I'm saying? It actually took away, but at the same time, my whole vision was II Tru getting a deal. One day, II Tru is going to be doing their own thing, and I'll be doing something else. Still part of II Tru, but now I'm doing Dre Bone, or I'm doing BCP, or I'm doing 6-4 or triple player. You know what I mean? And II Tru is blowing up like Young Money got Nicki Minaj, and you got Drake. You know, they superstars. You know what I'm saying? But they still under Young Money. You know what I mean? That's how I foresee our relationship. And when they put us together, it made it seem like I was an artist, they was artists, and you know that wasn't the case. But after we grew with it, I understood it. You know, it was more business. You know what I'm saying? It was more business, but it wasn't something that we planned in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Kevin Starks wants to know what, you know, obviously we know you know, sales and things like that, but he wants to know what the actual feedback and response was back then. Like, did it become a hood classic? Like, how did Cleveland, you know, receive that II Tru album?
Who answered? He said, what? Who answering? You. Hey, how did Cleveland receive it? This is just my opinion. I think our people received it well. I think people who was connected with our people received it well. If we look at the numbers, we were more successful outside of Cleveland at first. It's almost like, well, no, it's not almost like this. These are the numbers. Yeah, Cleveland, I love Cleveland. That's why we spend all of the money to come here. And the video that we could have had we recorded it in LA would have been
totally different. We had to, not only because Cleveland had no place to get the equipment, Cleveland had no people to run the equipment. So those were two prices that we had to pay. One, for the equipment to be shipped here, for the people to run the equipment to be shipped here, and then pay them for coming here.
But he's saying how do people respond to it?
I understand that. I'm answering the question. Oh, did you see Jazz get her grown woman on, y'all? Oh, hey, right show. Yeah.
Put it like this. They really they loved it. They thought they thought we was rich. Everybody thought we was rich. They really have a quarter. That's how much they loved it. You know what I mean? Ain't that the truth? Everybody thought it was a success, but it was a success in sleep.
I know your chat blowing up.
Oh
Right.
yeah, always. I'm trying to
I know.
sift through the questions
Nah,
and
I feel like if that happened, would have got the right promotion. You know, if we would have never went on tour that year, and we would just did the promotion that was supposed to be done for that album, that album would have really did well. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, and I'll say this, and you know, I don't want to get on a big run about what was done right and wrong and da da da. But I will say that thing that you said about the promotion, I mean, that's shared right up to Crazy Bone was just on holding court, and when they asked about the Mo Thugs and the albums and you know what was success, you know, he was asked, what do you think went wrong with the Two True record, or you know, what would have made it? And he said, you know, promotion, like, you know, the promotion wasn't the right way. So, you know, I think that's kind of universally shared, because when you think about that time period, when you think about Two True and that it was unique, and of course we've talked about how Mo Thug wasn't the only situation out there, and So Def was a situation, and you know, it was really hot. So promotion would have really changed the game for that record. So I think that's kind of universally shared.
and some kind of direction, you know, because they never even put the right kind of A&R with us. You know what I mean? No kind of A&R, actually. Everything like Dad said earlier, we did on our own. You know, we are new, you know, we new to this. And the only thing we know is music. That's all we know. You know, we don't know how to set no promotion up, no marketing up, you know. So we just went with the flow. You know what I mean? But maybe we had the right direction. You know, Two True could have went a whole, because Two True was the hottest female. At that time, Two True was the hottest female out. You know what I'm saying? Even these females today, Gorilla, they coming with the same style, Two True was doing in 94, 95. You know what I mean? No, it ain't shitting on nobody. It's talking about what was done back in those days. You know what I mean? And if they had the right direction, it might have could have went further than it did. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
I remember just thinking, I remember I could see it right now. I was in my dorm watching the video in college, seeing this, having the CD, thinking conceptually what was going on. And I was like, you know, 20 years from now, these girls are going to be like the female representatives of the changers of hip hop. And this guy, Archie, is going to be like the smartest guy in the room, that he put the females first to change the game of hip hop. And I thought Jazz and Brina would be like the female icons of, you know, like when they wheel out, like for the guys, they'll wheel out Bobby Brown, like, hey, Bobby, sing something for us. You know, remember the old days? And I thought that's how it was going to be. And I thought that Archie was also going to get the praise for like taking the backseat, letting the female shine. Just everything you guys were doing was groundbreaking for the time period. Now it's been done a million times over, but I really thought right now, so to let this be the 20-year appreciation moment for the groundbreaking album, New Breed of Female, how dope it was, how groundbreaking, like, we're not wrapping it up. I'm just saying, at the time, I was just like, this album, what you guys were doing was groundbreaking. It was new, all three of you. And I just want to give you flowers right now, you know, while you're here. because it was a watershed kind of moment. No, I hadn't seen anything like it at the time. Concepts I hadn't heard at the time. So it was a new breed altogether, new breed of concepts, music. It was almost like you were reversing a lot of the trends. So just want to give props on that.
We were talking earlier about the skits and how it's telling a story and how how it all ties together. The next track is the Promises skit. And last time I stopped after the skit, but what I want to do is I want to let the skit roll right into it, and we're going to talk about them both, because as y'all learned with the last one, Are You Ready dropping right in was very important. So let's get the skit. We're going to do the Promises skit. We're going to drop it right into the actual track.
Look.
So let's get right to the point. Y'all got any music, tape, dat? What you got?
Yeah, here you go. Check
okay,
it out.
Lance, put it in, Lance. Let's check this out.
Old school shit right here from Tales of the Dark
Shit,
Side.
that's the bomb, man. Check this out. I got these little contract papers, man. Why don't you check them out and let's sign them and, you know, get this deal done.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm gonna call my attorney tomorrow and let him check these out.
Nah, there's no need for no attorney, man. Trust me. Just trust me on this. I promise you, man. You're gonna be on the top of this industry. You're gonna be the hottest rappers. You're gonna have expensive cars, big mansions, yachts, boats, pounds of sticky, money coming out your pockets, jewelry, everything. I'm telling you, I promise you the world. Just trust me. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you.
Nothing but the best females holding the Mr. Pro. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept them tightly. Nothing but the best females holding the Mr. Pro. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept them tightly. Nothing but the best females holding the Mr. Pro. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept them tightly. Nothing but the best females holding the Mr. Pro. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept them tightly. Promises. On the real, I didn't heard so many say too true. We want you to sign this rap deal. Still smiling face to foes. They can't give me no ends though. Impress some hoes and let my clique come down in benzos. I still pity for those that take these hit the dopest females. And in this rap game, we dominate. See, in other cities, behind closed doors, they smile in your face and call you hoes. Those of you know who you are. Player hating busters, your friends. So I guess you played your part from start to end. AJ Click beat your game. Believe.
Hey, I was bumping. Sorry, y'all.
Listen back past to the day when we was cool, but you underestimated Mentos of a real that's true. Empty promises and get you nowhere. I'm on that other level to my dying day. AJ. Nothing but the best females. Holding the Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't fade me. AJ got my back on, kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females. Holding the Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't fade me. AJ got my back on, kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females. Causing the Mr. Promises. Trying to get on in this rap game, but the fools ain't about their business. What's this, dog? You been running your grill on the real? Talking about what you gonna do from a crew, but yet and still we got no deal. I feel ya. And it's true, coming like a player to you. Straight from the hard dog, no beat round the bush from above my paper. Mistake your conceit, we put a little trust up front. You perfect like it's on, we about to roll. Royalties gonna bring some busters, but what's the hold up? Yeah, AJ's ready to rumble. Arch dog and 2 Tru, since 9 till some maintain humble. To your game, but the plan made from the get done got changed. One split AJ from 2 Tru, instead of leaving things the same. A shame, many promises made, came through with the contract. Reading between the line, put you in the bind, sister really can't sign it. Bet all that boy you talking, AJ coming up in the game regardless. Broken promises said to a true them God is coming up homeless. Nothing but the best females, holding the Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females, holding the Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on, kept up tightly. Tell me, am I wrong or what? Didn't you say some money up front? For it's true to sign the dotted line, going dead then blow you up in this rap game. It was all good to a player like let your hand show. Running off at the flap, but then got you in the midst of a lingo. Even yet though, you was on the mission with visions and not ability. Excuse me, 2 Tru ain't coming in on the back. Truths with lyrics for days, just no mistake. Would've got your pay, bang. Right off the dribble, real figures if you wrote on the same page, though. Was your intentions to break up this bond, fool? Smoke weed with 2 Tru. Take advantage of a sister, then be through. Must check you. You can go and play a hate. can handle this. It's a fool's move to try to break up this tight. Look at this fool, thinking he's spitting game. But if I might confess, impress not. Nonetheless, your mouth be shot when compared to the best. Promises many times I done heard. And your word is your honor, wasting time and money to impress some truths when a real fool wouldn't even bother. Know how to fold you, no love either. Shiesty one on the creep, bootleg from so far back I was solo. Just make a debut release in the streets, spreading dirt, trying to hurt two truths cause they won't convert. Recognize dog, AJ baby, click they come to put in work. We back door for y'all. On the download, Ryzin. You will soon realize.
Hey, I'm a prophet.
Forever. Promises made kept true, being real with it. Unlike those of you who choose to come brand new, we cruise and it ain't no need to mention names. I'ma end mine. It's just so many promises in this rap game. Understand? Nothing but the best females. Holding Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females. Holding Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females. Holding Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on kept up tightly. Nothing but the best females. Holding Mr. Promise. But the niggas can't pay me. AJ got my back on kept up tightly.
All right, y'all. That was we did two things. We listened to the skit, we listened to the track. All right, so we got a bunch to unpack. Let's start with the skit. I had a lot of people asking questions about the skit. I'll let y'all talk about it first. We'll see if you answer some of the questions.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
No, that's not. I'm interested as well. Y'all, I want to know, fire money, what happened to that shit?
I mean, everyone has a question, right?
It had a lot to do with that.
Y'all wait on us?
No, they said they want us to discuss it.
Yeah.
Then we ask the question.
Well, look. If you want,
I'll tell you the concept of the skit off the rip.
Go.
That was the fucking question. Okay, listen. The skit. Steve-O Bell fell into that skit.
That's him on the skit.
That's Steve-O Bell.
Listen, that's what people was asking in the chat. They said that sounds like Steve
Hey,
LaBelle.
for all inquiring minds, that's Steve-O Bell.
And he went in there and did it. I think
He did it perfect.
the first time he didn't say enough, and he said, "Oh,
He did
that's
it.
what you need." Word, yo. And he went back in there and
It's like it was practice.
he knew what to say. This isn't regular.
But it had nothing to do with Steve-O Bell. The song had nothing to do with Steve-O Bell. He just fell into the park, man. You know, he was the perfect guy.
There you go. We break in history. Everybody was asking. They said that sounds like Steve. Who is it? So that's the first time I think anybody.
Y'all were right.
I
I
had,
should have had a concept.
I had to have him. And he had it because nobody else do that skit. You know what I'm saying? You did an interview and had 100 people, he would have won off the this. That was his personality.
Jazz, I heard you saying something when it first started. You were saying, I think you were saying that's from Dark Side or something. The music had started, so I couldn't really hear you.
That was you know, to me, you know, when you hear Brenda was the military of the group. You know what I'm saying? Back in those days, she took a lot of stuff, you know, and she was angry. So,
You're not here. That's my thing.
yeah, so if you listen to the song, it basically tell you about all the sour deals and, you know, how all the people was coming at them and things like that. So they put it in the song. They was very talented about putting their feelings in songs. So that was about a couple failed deals.
I think we might have talked about some of those deals in y'all's interviews.
Yeah, Jermaine Dupri. Hey, Jermaine, we remember.
Yeah, of course that's so Def deal, and we've talked before about, you know, how life how it would have been different over at So Def, what that would have been like. There was, you had DeBrat over there. What's the II Tru DeBrat dynamic like? So there's a lot of variables when we talk about that So Def II Tru situation.
Well, the brat didn't even when we first talked so Def, we went through Lil Jon, right?
We didn't try to tell you to nobody.
No, I'm saying Lil Jon is the one who hooked us up with So Def.
That's correct.
We met Lil Jon from Eastside Boys. He was the A&R for So Def. So when we went to Atlanta, we just picked up and one day decided with no money, no nothing, to go to Georgia. And we left Cleveland and went to Georgia.
No, we decided.
So we went to Georgia. This stripper, I saw a stripper that I knew from Cleveland. She took me to the club. That's how I met Lil Jon. Lil Jon took, met my girls, and he promised us that he was going to, let us meet Lil Jon, So Def, Shane the Free, and somebody else. And Too Short. Dangerous music. But somebody Too Short didn't want to hear it, right?
The Lil Jon. No, everybody wanted to fuck with us, but ain't nobody fuck with us like Lil. Shout out to Lil Jon. Lil Jon put us in his motherfucking little red truck and drove us to motherfucking stuff so that. In his, I guess, defense, he was an artist development or whatever he was at that time. But he was trying to flood us. And to this day, because a lot of people who were in Mothug was already signed, I be wondering, like, did they fuck with us because they was our niggas, or did they fuck with us because somebody else was so fuck with us? Have you ever thought about that?
No.
Well, maybe I overthink. But anyway, yeah, we was gonna fuck with somebody different. We chose to fuck with them because they was our niggas. So.
There was a bunch of different deals out there. We talked about them, and I see there's people in the comments right now asking questions, and all I'm going to tell you is we talking specifically about a new breed of female, but a lot of y'all that are asking some of these questions, you go back season 1, find Archie's interview, you go back season 3, find Jhaz's interview. A lot of these things y'all are asking, trust me, they in there. We've been there, including we went in deep about So Def. We went in deep about Lil Jon, about Ruthless Cleveland. So there's a lot of different things that we talked about. Was it when y'all made this song, right? And this, I've always been curious because we, of course, from the interviews, we know the aftermath of the Mo Thug situation, right? But at the time that this album came out, that wasn't a thing yet. That was a thing that would come in the future. So it's a little like, you kind of see in the future without knowing it, but like, was it received well, or did people kind of like raise an eyebrow at this track? Like, who they talking about?
Yeah, they didn't. It's like the heart to the album. They probably, I think, Bone thought that we was talking about them with this song. They thought that these young ladies were talking about them, but that wasn't the case. This was, like I said, a song made back in '94. You know what I'm saying?
No, Promises was the new song.
Oh yeah. But still, it wasn't about you know what I'm saying? It was just about sour deals. You know what I mean? I mean, am I right or wrong?
When he I don't know how you felt when you made the music. I know when we was in there, me and Brandon, in my mind, we was feeling some type of way about all type of shit that was happening.
Well, I said, yeah.
Right. And then I guess everybody who heard the whole time and shit like that, maybe if somebody felt some type of way, but nah. Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't. Is the question, was it about Bound? What
Nah,
about Bound?
I was just saying, because obviously we don't think it was, right? Because the album was new, and I'm sure we at that time you thought things were going to be a lot different than they were. But I was just curious if at that time, an eyebrow was raised, like, are they talking about us? What the fuck is going
Oh
on
yeah,
here?
it wasn't about them, but they did feel like it was about them. Yes.
Mm. It's crazy how it ended up fitting though later on. Like y'all, like,
It probably was fitting in when they asked, huh?
look, as a almost 30 years later, right now when we listen to that track versus 30 years ago or almost 30 years ago, it's got a totally different fitting now than it did then. So that's what makes, out of all the songs on the album, that's what makes that one so unique. Is it fit a situation then, it fits a situation now, so it's like, that's like a song that for y'all was very everlasting. It's unfortunate that was everlasting, but like, it's very timeless for a lot of reasons. So I've always been curious about that song and its placement. We talked about, Bone and how they felt, and up until this point in the record, we're 8 tracks in, we have one minor, feature at the beginning. But besides this, it's been featureless. Now, on the backside of this album, we come really feature heavy, and there's something unique about this. A lot of people are gonna say is Bone, but it's more than that, right? Like, this is one of only 2 songs on the album that Archie didn't produce. We're gonna listen to So High. It features Crazy and Lazy.
Okay.
Let's listen to it, then we'll jump in. We'll listen to So High. We'll come back. We'll jump in about it.
Let's go.
Roll another one, we be fiend. Roll another one, Snooky weed man. Roll another one, we be fiend. Roll another one, Snooky weed man. Roll another one, we be fiend. Roll another one, Snooky weed man. Roll another one, we be fiend. Roll another one, Snooky weed. I wanna get high, so high, nigga. First thing in the morning, before I even get up, I got to start off my day to a fat ass blunt. Step out the house, only get hot creep, cause when I'm putting fucked up, I'ma slash some eats. And ain't nothing like smoking when you're full. Find the next, get a hot spot, jump in the tent and pool. Riding on the clear, cause over there they get smoking. And while I'm on the topic, here's a shot to all that know me. I wanna get high, so high. Smoke up the whole thing, better believe it. That's how we get weeded. So nigga get trying to budget your bug, cause this is a whole lot of thugs. And niggas get high, so don't go smoke a button. You got an ounce in the ride. Nigga, come off that reefer, cause I go broke every time. Indo snow blow in my mind. Still I proceed to hit this. Shit is wicked, sticky. Smoke one with your thugster. And show me you can smoke with the thugs, because I'm gonna get you high. If you wanna get higher, come right, I will
About to
fly
intercept
you.
the buck, cause really done caught a nigga slick. Ain't wasting no herb by letting it burn, let me hit that sticky. Nothing but the mo in my cup and sticky packed in the blunt. My cap is too thick, so I'm constantly blazing another blunt up. We smokes all day. When the stick runs out, gotta roll to the hood for stressing. Gotta get that blaze on still, gotta keep them weeds split back. Bump these hardest tracks, vibing on the album of the century. Daily thugs who got it for these truths, make moves in history. Strictly on a mission, never good time. Freestyles and rhymes, smoke down. Shouts out to any troop, they got it back in the
how I
skin
love my green leaves, nigga. Giving nothing but respect, and I really ain't pick y'all fuck with a stress, but I got 450 on the best weed. Tonight we're getting high and high. Let's all get lifted. POD'd it and tweeted that Indonesia be seen it, so you know I'm fiending. I'm a roll for smoking this on to the down. Big T done did for me, then brought me back to bombing this on. So what I'ma do is I'ma twist it up and hit the sticky for you. Smoke a choke with two true. They keeping it platinum, making it happen for the land. Smoking the moon as we speak, trying to teach the word to be a thug in harmony. Nigga, we keeping it bomb, that's weed. Blaze it up, nigga, what? More thug. About the music and bud, equal love.
Can I blaze mine? Pass me the swisher. Optimal, really blunt or the house of winter. Twist your head back, snap, crack, inhale the smoke. Then pass it to the left so the next man can talk. No, homie, I'm cool on that.
Hey, I just gotta pause real quick because I gotta say, Sin from the Graveyard Shift is in the chat, and he's showing love. So Sin's in the chat. We gonna keep listening, then we'll get into it about Sin, because Sin's got some requests from Archie. But I just want to shout out Sin in the chat. Graveyard shift in here.
Hey, give Sam my number.
I got you. I'm a hook everybody up, Jhaz. Don't you worry. It's about to be a real reunion.
Hey, Feenics!
This shit, cause you can't smoke the free and all smoking weed. Don't make a sister horny. Ignore the silly ones. Keep on thugging for life. Place the lighter to my blunt, cause it's time to get high.
Call up my family, let them know the reason it blows. Celebration, we done slapped them, platinum back at you, hoes. So you know it's so how my niggas had to show me on. Then I'm fucked up to the morning sunlight. Liquor twist another swisher. Soon as I get up, and then right up the breakfast cup another fucked up. Wonder if it's good for my health, cause I ain't known the motherfucker that an OD on weed yet. So bring your blunts and some in and some herb. My nigga, for what you heard, my mouth thug niggas
Learn about the mo, much blood by thousands from Cleveland to Cali's how we roll. Following humongous blow up even more when crash a show. We shut them down underground, clown from town to town. Bring a box of 50 house wins, we bout the blazes pound. Of the green stick, keep on rushing my lungs with a cloud of smoke puffing, about ready to exhale before me mind blow. Easy wide, switch or feel it, don't matter really, cause smoke the same. You know the procedure, 2 hits to pass to the left when we blaze. All my truths be token, rolling the clay all day long. We some representatives bumping all these hit thug songs.
Hey, you know what it is? That's So High, It's Too True, featuring Lazy Bone and Crazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony. There's so much to unpack here because we got how Archie feels, how Jhaz feels, how the fans feel. There's a lot with this, so let's jump in.
This is one of the first songs we ever did that wasn't on an Archie. So I'm interested in this as well. What was your thoughts? Let me hold on.
But you know, I thought, first of all, Crazy Bone, to me, where he flow, man, his flow is crazy. You know what I mean? So he made the track. He made that track. So the track with his flow on it, to me, that's what made. He made the track. To me, I didn't think the song actually fit that out. You know what I mean? That's just my personal opinion. I told Tru the same thing. I'm not taking from the song. I thought the song was a great song, but not.
Do you feel like it would have been a better fit for like a Mo Thug like compilation album?
It's like for the Mo Thug Family Union album, that'd have been a perfect song. You know what I'm saying? Because of the gyrate riff. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. You know, Too True was dark. You know, it was dark female there, for them to come with this super bright. You know, and I liked it. I liked the groove. I liked the chats, and I liked the raps. But it just wasn't, to me, it wasn't right for the album. You know what I'm saying? And it went against my call because I didn't want it on the album. I know the fans loved it, and I'm glad they loved it. You know, I don't have to performance against the music or the lyrics. It just wasn't the right song for that album. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. But at the same time, man, I'm glad that track was on the album. I mean, I think fans agree, like that's one of the standout tracks. And I've been thrilled if you produced it too. I'm just saying it's a good track. I'm happy it's on it, and it's a timeless classic.
Yes.
Well, look,
it was a great track. I just thought it would be better for like the Mo Thug album. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because that was a Mo Thug song.
Who did produce that? Who was the producer for it? I never knew. Like I just figured Archie did the whole album. Do you know who the producer was?
That's
yeah,
Crazy Bone.
That was Crazy Bone. Crazy Bone.
Sample the Bar, remember?
Yeah, that was the Bar, but Crazy Bone produced.
Oh wow, that's kind of cool. I mean,
yeah, Crazy Bone produced that one, and Crazy Bone produced Summertime.
We gonna get.
They both have the same kind of happy vibe, so that makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that Archie said this happy shit didn't belong over here on the dark
We was
side.
we was gonna get to the happy shit. We just weren't happy at that time.
You know, I'll tell you, a fan perspective is Bone has a lot of weed songs, you know? I mean, they have a ridiculous amount of weed songs. However, I would say that even with all the solo songs they have, the group weed songs they have, like this is one of the, like the top tier, highest revered like Bone weed songs there is. Crazy and Lazy both come with excellent features. Jhaz and Brina crush it. It's got a very unique sound. I will say I feel like this fit the album better than Summertime, but we'll get into that.
I actually think that was Lazy's best verse. You know, that was part slow.
Hey, the way Lazy's voice, the pitch on his voice when he comes in, bro. Woo! Let's go, Jhaz.
Okay. So this song, again, it was the first song that we did that went on Go, right? We didn't have no chorus. And I couldn't get, because I know I'm old enough to remember that song. Like, it took so long to get that out of my fucking mind. And so after I blanked it out, I was like, imagine if that was chorus. And I said, I want to get high because I wanted to get high. Damn, that's fucked up. And then we started busting. And when he came in, he was like, better put that before everybody's shit. That's how that happened. And he said, that shit. And then they came in with that shit. And then I listened to that shit like, that shit is hard. That shit. That was just my shit. Oh, that was my shit.
My thoughts back when I heard it for the first time, obviously Crazy comes in and does Crazy Bone amazing verse, but throughout the song, like even when I listen to it now, I'm like, man, II Tru keeps coming back in no matter what Crazy did or what Lazy did. The both of y'all just come back in with fire and like equal it. And you know, no matter what they did to raise the bar, y'all still came back verse after verse after verse on that track. And it's always blown my mind just that y'all were able to hang with Bone verse for verse, pound for pound, no matter how much they elevated it, y'all kept swinging. So it was
in my mind, that was before auto-tune. So I would like to think that they made me do it a bunch of times so I actually, that was me.
And and that's not the first time they all rap together. You know what I'm saying? They used to rap like this in the basement all the time. You know what I'm saying? They used to do sessions and they just pass, you know, without the microphone, just in the basement smoking and in the circle rap. So that's just how they was doing from day one anyway. That was how they used to do back in the day.
Yeah, and then not only was that not a beat that was like made by you, that was a beat that we wasn't in the studio with, like just like we got a little thing we had to write to the song. So that was a whole different experience for us.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, y'all went 12 rounds with the Bone Boys and killed it. And
yeah,
so
you didn't let a feature come in and steal the shine, you know,
yeah.
People talk about that as like, you know, they're like, hey, you don't want to fuck around and let Jay-Z or Lil Wayne or somebody on your song because they might come in and make the song their own. But yeah, y'all held it down. I think that it's funny because Bone fans are notorious. Bone fans.
I never looked at it like that. That's the first time I even looked at that perspective.
Yeah, man. Hey, the Bone fans are ruthless about fucking taking a song that they're featured on and cutting people the fuck out of it. And I've never heard anybody cut II Tru out of this song and make it just a Bone thing. So that tells you everything you need to know because these fans will cut people out of their own fucking song. You know?
They turned me on to something I didn't even know.
What was the whole process as far as like, you know, I know you said, hey, this was the first time that it wasn't with Archie. Was it a label decision? Was it they just heard the song, it was hot? Like, how did it come about that, okay, we're going to do a song that's not Archie? And Archie, were you in there at all? Did you do any mixing, anything like that? Or are you completely removed on the song?
Yeah, I did the vocals on it. I recorded it, and I did all the mixing. I did all the mixing on everything. But as far as them Crazy Bone doing the track, we came with that as part of ourselves because I didn't want to have the whole album produced by me. But the guy that Steve Lobel was trying to put on us, they didn't like the music, right? The McMall. God, something. What you want to say, man? Shit. Oh, yeah. They didn't care for the music. So Crazy Bone, we said let's put Crazy Bone to a track too. You know what I'm saying? So Crazy Bone came in and they came up with the track. What is that? What is that track?
So High.
So high.
They came up with the track. So actually, it wasn't even So High first. It was Summertime they did first. It was Summertime.
That's like 10 dogs.
I didn't care for Summertime though.
Jhaz, what's going on, Jhaz? You in your own? I see Jhaz cracking up over here.
He tripping. He just said a lie. I was like, whoa. I didn't know he was going to say that. I'm like, damn.
Was that Mac Mall, the Mac Mall, like Mac Mall the rapper?
No, said. Forget my Cleveland accent. I might have said, man, no, not Mac, no.
I was like, man, how did Mac Mall fit into this? Okay.
No. Yeah, no, he has his own. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm together now.
You probably want me to answer the question.
Hey, I'll tell you what's crazy is, like I said, we got to the whole first part of this record with no features, right? So this is the first time you start to see features, and there's a bunch. It's all it's all within the Mo Thug realm. So it's Bone or Mo Thugs, but regardless of if Archie produced this one or not, this is a historic, like, classic record to Bone fans. And II Tru is very respected in this song, and I think that if there's any major takeaway, it's that the Bone fans respect II Tru on this song, and like I said, they're ruthless savages. If they don't like somebody, poor A$AP Ferg, they cut that man out of his own fucking song that's got Bone on it, and they just doesn't exist in the Bone fan version. So I think that if anything, we can say that the major takeaway from this song is that the fans respect the talent of II Tru because they love the song just the way that it is. That y'all, like John said, every time Bone would come and kind of move a piece on the chessboard, y'all would move back. Like, there's no checkmate here. So
kept clawing back, man.
Yeah.
Counter punching, coming in. It was all. I thought it then, and I thought it now. It's y'all brought it, bro. That was good.
Thank you.
I was saying we start to jump into the features, and one of the big features on this record is the connection with the Graveyard Shift, T-Rock, Tombstone, and Sin. Track number 10 is Got Your Back. Fans love this song. Let's jump in. Let's talk about it because I know we're going to have a lot to unpack. Sin is still in the comments right now. We about to get into it.
Dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam, gold clip, stat tack. Strap dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam, gold clip, stat tack. Strap dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam, gold clip, stat tack. Strap dressed in black, cause I always got your back. When all this bull runs thick, blood tints. To run thin is what? Some now who stuck, but no love is
cut your back, I got with no regards. To exchange hits with a dumb trick. For testing the skills in the game of a thorough click. The way I see things, you snooze, you lose on the real dope. To them scrubs that slang no love, but a jack move therefore. Whatever the problem may be, come see me. Let's solve this. I got the truths and the thugs back with no think twice trick. You want some trouble? Well, I be damned if I'm gon' back down silly slugs. They get mucked, so check my back with this next round, folks.
Freak shit, murder all around me. Villain, shiesty. Nigga, time to make another killing. Watch my back. Bring up, please don't fail me. Scratch the boot, you talking shit. Your sister's going crazy. Caught up in the system, see the ghetto has imprisoned me. Victim of the chrome, so my piece is always on me, G. Down for whatever, put my life into your hands. Your cap for eternity, no matter circumstance. Sickness of mentality, I swear my mind is cracked. My soul forever with you, see I always got your back. Infrared beams on the clippers that attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beams on the clippers that attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back.
Rappers, ever heard of a man? We got all this shit in his field. What about the hand that deal? The boy that's real, play the shit to the left, riding to get him. Damage all up in the system, don't know why they make me ride with the Technina. Got my back heated, roll with guts, engage, reload. Heavy stroke through the club, cut your lungs. Open sesame, don't none y'all niggas in here test me. Too stressed as a mess with a fist, open up this weird fight. Get the hell out of Dodge, for a nigga count to 10, I'm loading up. Get around that block, live following hot, 2 shots for the clock, now riding to get him. Flex now, cause nigga, we got your chest now. Ain't no running to the trunk for the vest no more. Caught up in the wrong district.
Right, nigga. Better watch your back, creep, no. Come check the mode, is on full attack. Strapped always, venom of a deadly reptile. Definition, unhuman, with psychopath intentions. Coming to the darkness, it is sister lead you. No more turning round, I got your back. Now let's see whose soul is true. Only who's make foolish propositions. Come with me on this mission. You have the gift, but do you listen? I drift deep into my mental tracks, and all is well, because I know you got my back.
What make you think you can make the play get drop? If I have to pop one shot, the rest coming non-stop. Just for stepping up to do some frontin', I warned you, found it loony. Cause amount to nothing in the game. We all claim to be down for each other's back. When the grip hit the fan, who be the one to cut much slack? No love for them scrubs when you got to wonder if they down my back as well. God, don't think so, then let's flex now, fool. I thought you knew too true was what's happening. Hack happened, much flex for the 9-7, running fools keep napping.
Red beams on the club, stab attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam for the club, stab attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam for the club, stab attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back. Infrared beam for the club, stab attack. Strapped, dressed in black, cause I always got your back.
We talking about a banger right here, and we gave a lot of props and we gave a lot of love to So High, but undisputed love from the fans always goes to the Graveyard Shift. It may possibly be that GYS was gonna rival Bone in their own camp. They're so loved, and when you talk about the tracks on this album, and we've talked about how the beats hit, how everything comes together, but the way that this song comes together, the way that everybody sounds together, the way that 2 Tru and GYS work together, it's like, I'm not gonna say 2 Tru is the female GYS, but you could say 2 Tru is the female GYS, GYS is the male 2 Tru. Like, these groups sonically fit together so well. Tell me about Got Your Back.
You want to start?
I can.
Great story. Great story.
Which one? How you got to tell me the story? This is the bunch. How you got to
Tell them what you want about that song. made y'all come to that song.
Yeah, okay, no, because I was about to talk about an experience. What you about to talk about the song? And then
To me, that was like the collaboration with Graveyard Shift and Too True. It was like an eerie thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that sound alone, the way T Rock's voice was, the way Sid's voice was, the way Jazz and Greener's voice was. It reminded you of like a haunted house, a movie. You know what I'm saying? Something like something real deep. And if you listen to it, it sounds like it was in deep thought even when it was writing. Because at that time when we were doing this song, Graveyard Shift and Too True was close. They did when we was in that 2 months, 3 months we was in Cali, Too True and Graveyard Shift that basically recorded together. You know what I'm saying? So when that song came open, the Graveyard Shift was in the studio with him that day. And if I'm not mistaken, y'all wrote that in one day, right?
yeah, no. And oh yeah, we was out there. That's not the reason. Sorry, stuff. The reason why I felt like that shit came off so hard, but is because I don't know if you remember when we first got out there, we was in a hotel.
Jazz, speak up just a little, girl, so we can make sure we hear you.
So when we first came out there, we were in hotels before we got apartments. And we were going shopping. They chose one person from each group. I think I told the story before. But they chose
we
one
talked about it a little
person
bit, yeah.
from each group to go shopping. And I was the youngest, so they had to lean in on the kid to get their trip. Yeah, understand. He ain't gonna admit that. Look at him looking at. But anyway, in the car, Sin leaned in and was go break Too True off. So I thought that shit was raw as hell. And then not only after that, we stayed like down the street from it. He just been a good friend to me. And when we started flowing, that shit hit. And yeah, we connected first. Besides Trey, because that was the first man that Too True connected to because of how clutch Sin was. He opened us up. And then once we met at Tombstone, it was over. It was over. That's our female point of view. And I told you earlier I was speaking on Jazz. I'm speaking on me and Freedom Brand. But you know it. You're just wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when the fans talk about these records, right? It's like here's what's special about that one. GYS is on the album again. We'll get into that, but Ken's on that album or on that track too. Flesh is on that track too. So it's like this one is different because it's just Too True. It's just GYS. And if you're your standard, average, whatever Bone fan that was just listening to Mo Thug because it was connected to Bone, then you may not care. But if you a real fan and you really fuck with the music, you know that this is like top 3 standouts on the whole album is this right here. This track is very special because, like I said, the way that Too True and GYS sonically fit together, the way y'all sound, the way the whole thing goes in. We were talking earlier, Brina was kind of militant. We know Tombstone's kind of militant. Like Jazz and Sin, the whole way it goes together, this song stands out so well. And the chat right now, I mean, everybody's talked about how hard this song is, so it's like I love to hear about the relationship between GYS and Too True, because no matter what, I always think that that's what made the really good Mo Thug songs, the things that made them so good wasn't that y'all were just good musicians. It's that you can tell that y'all really, really fucked with each other. It wasn't just, we all gonna sound good on this song together. You can tell that there was like a lot of love shared between GYS and Too True. and it shines through. Even though it's a darker track, it shines through on this track how connected y'all were.
Happy to hear that.
Yeah, that was, man, them boys, it was real, you know what I mean? They was real people, man. You know, it wasn't no faking, none of that. They didn't like you, they liked you, that's how they was. And actually 2 Tru was the same way. You know what I mean? So sometimes, you know, you get two people that's the same, they pick up like that. You know what I mean? And like you say, their music betrayed that. You know what I mean? 'Cause that song right there, that's like you said, to me, you have two groups that come together like that, and it sounds like they one group, you know, that's something special.
Sin is still in the comments. Sin said, "It's been forever since I seen y'all. I'm about to cry." Man, shout out to Sin, man. He said 2 Tru is my favorite group.
Sin, you know where I live. You know where I live at, Sin.
Hey, you see what it is? Hey, look. He says 2 Tru was my favorite group in Mo Thugs, hands down.
As is the shift. But the shift already know that. Like, we were shifted already. And you know they got a cult.
Oh, yeah. For sure. The GYS fans are loaded in here right now. They've been going crazy ever since they saw Sin was in here, man. So it's like, it's lovely to see Sin in here and to already start to see a little reunion of people. Who knows what could happen later on? Who the fuck knows what could happen later on, you know?
They know how we get down, we get together.
Hey, man, I think that I really mean it. You know, we got 15 tracks on here, and there's some great songs, but this one, nah, this is what I'm saying. This one, though, specifically, is a real standout because it's Mo Thug, and it's that Mo Thug sound, and I'm not trying to put, you know, Bone down or anything like that, but Bone's nowhere near this, right? They're nowhere on this, but this still holds its weight as a top track. So, you know, shout out to y'all for this one, because I know everybody loves this one right here. Strange One, hey, we're glad to be back, man. They're glad to have Beyond the Harmony back. We're glad to be back. We was just saying in our private chat that this is the type of show that I've wanted to have Beyond Harmony have for 6 years, but it took us 6 years to build it and make it and to be able to do a show like this. I'm so happy that we doing it with Archie and Jhaz. We've got this opportunity. You know what it is. So the next track, we got Backdoor. Let's jump into it.
Release these chains on the down low, Ryzin 2 Tru, backdoor for your foes. Release these chains from my body parts. 2 Tru, backdoor for your foes. Release these chains on the down low, Ryzin 2 Tru, backdoor for your foes. Release these chains from my body parts. Coming up in the game, 2 Tru, backdoor. Keep it on the hush hush for the foes. Play it tight, being real with it. Better learn to respect us, raw, slow blows. You don't want to see 2 Tru get nasty. Play hate is so good. True and through, bring it coming up with my backseat. Exactly, how many fools on the down low had to see these players on the rising from a straight up ghetto status. Envy truths on the pop top climbing, hitting the peak of the rap game, breaking in the industry. Sister is about as real as it get. Never put no feet in me, huh? Recognize that back door with Cindy and Stitch come shady off the rip. This Mo Thug family sneaking up on you back to back. We spitting the hits, coming at you 2 Tru fools. I thought you knew this, kicking in doors. AJ roll baby, back door with the AJ click. No love for y'all hoes. So the down low rising straight from the head 2 Tru. Much love for my truths, back door for your foes. Instead, thought you clunkers knew. Where's sister coming from? I didn't want you about them shady ways that you display 2 Tru with shady thoughts written on your face. Come now, buster, underestimate females with good game. I got something for you, back door, baby. These shoes you'll never buy. 2 Tru, back door for your foes. Release these chains on the down low, rising 2 Tru, back door for your foes. Release these chains from my body parts. All I wanted to do was prove you wrong. I was just about to rip sets on the nationwide tip. Recognize these true setting off top players. Respect, you don't want to see me freely getting out of hand on your player. All about that paper, get my respect, representing something major. They tried to play me plenty times, never had they game tight. I done came up on that ticket meal. 2 Tru to the game to the day I died. No doubt, back door coming up wood. 2 Tru rolling with these Mo Thug niggas. Put it out and studio. Let it flow, so it's gonna make all these videos. Listen here, son, before I'm done, Mama Jazz gonna make you realize who true's the best. I stress this, back door, better recognize. Surprise, all y'all bitches with nothing but game. Too true, kick it in back doors, letting it roll for the player haters, man. Too true, back door for y'all folks. Release these chains on the download, Ryzin. Too true, back door for y'all folks. Release these chains from my body, pulse. 4 years strong, putting in work, knocking on front doors. With them beside songs, with around to the back with a sledgehammer. Too true, back door for your foes. What do you know what's true? Sit back, pass that good, that's sticky. On the mental, too true, come crucial, fool. You don't want to get with me. On another level, in the rap game, too true, handle this like pros. Keeping it real, letting y'all feel still. Too true, back door for your foes. You guessed it's young and restless, about to make boots fit. Ain't worried about haters, testing my skills. I rips is coming up crazy. Tape sales is on the rise, and top notch is the way we different. Too true, round shot sets, we come corrupt. Set it off, it's on the attention, play it tight. We lyrics to get your competition for days. Do you wanna hang? Can't get with the two true coming through the back door, rolling with AJ. Singing up from the backside, ain't nothing but a hell rap for them clubs the haters. Remember all them times you tried that whole time coming up on the paper. Mistake of your lifetime, pull it up in the door, about to go for mine. Make way for these ladies, putting in work for the 9-7 rap grind. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these shines on the download, rising. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these chains from my body, pulse. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these chains on the download, rising. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these chains from my body, pulse. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these chains on the download, rising. Too true, back door for your foes. Release these chains from my body, pulse.
All right, y'all, that was Backdoor. That's another one of those tracks. Like when I talked about Shiesty earlier in the album, I said, hey, you know, certain ones on here, I'm like, you just can't confuse this with anybody else. You hear that, you know it's Too True. And this is one of those tracks where I was like, yeah, that's got that Too True song, man. Tell us about this one.
To me, it showcased their talent. You know what I mean? I mean, like you could do some tracks that are overshadow things. You know what I'm saying? You put too much in it, you get too busy. But this was one of them laid back, you know, basic tracks where they just showcased their talent. They showed that they not gonna be, you know, dealt with. Like you say, in the game with females, you know, they wanted the best. And they showed it how they just kept bouncing off each other with what they did, and they had that flow. That flow never stopped through the whole song. You know what I mean? So to me, it showed how they come together. You know, their chemistry. You know what I mean? And like Jazz was saying, Brenda, man, when you sit back and listen to her lyrics, she be in some deep thought.
Yeah, but you don't remember. Excuse me. I guess they wanted our feet per minute. Remember?
Yeah.
And they thought we couldn't. They thought we could only rap slow too, or that was something that was told to us. So that was one of the things that we did. Like naturally, when we vibe, oh damn, we smoke weed, y'all. So probably we just be in our little this one, you know what I'm saying? But we can get right here too, and that's what that was. Like we can bust fast, bust slow. That's what that was. Like on the sound of rising, Too True, back door for y'all folks. And that was another thing because we tried to come legitimately for a long time. Like, hey, we're gonna make these little pretty press packets and take pictures and do this. And once we figured out that we didn't fit that bill, when Archie was like, hey, y'all, we need to do something different, we came back up. And that's what that was about too. You know, all our music, you know, is kind of like for real.
I like that about Too True, that you guys are, you were never scared of the challenge. Any challenge that was out there, whatever type of beat, whatever dude is gonna get on the song, whatever it is. Oh, we gonna pick the best one from each group and we gonna put them and see who shines. Like 2 Tru was never scared of a challenge. I like that about y'all. Like that especially, you know, there's been a huge, you know, movement obviously in not just women's rap, but women's, you know, music in general. But y'all really like showed no fear at a time where, you know, it was kind of like the women rappers were always like the sidekicks. They was always like whatever, but y'all was really like not scared to like just take on the challenge. And I think that's what made you so unique at that time.
Right. Oh, thank you. Oh, you got the kid blushing. Thank you. I'm blushing for real too.
When I would hear the chorus to this, I always pictured the album cover of like both of you coming out of those tubes or whatever, you know, release these chains from my body parts. And it just, you know, it seemed like you guys were like oozing out of those tubes and stuff. So I felt like this song might have been earlier in the album, but I mean, it's cool where it's at. But when I would hear it, I was like, man,
somebody could draw the graphics of that. That'd be tough.
Yeah, but what he's doing too is talking about the graphics for our album. And all I can remember it was this Christian, the dude took our picture. Yeah. Anyway, shout out to the dude who took our album cover because again, we was in Cleveland. This is for everything that we did. We were in Cleveland, and it was phone conversations. So in some instances where I might have stayed earlier than that, you know, maybe the ball was dropped or whatever, they were phone conversations. So then when we had to like actualize it, it was like, whoa, okay. So it was like, so that was my disclaimer notes.
I just wanted to let you know, Arch, that Sin has not left the entire time. Sin's been here the whole time. He says, I always wanted to rap. He goes, I always wanted to rap on an Archie Blaine track. He won't throw me the ball. Hey, I'm pushing Sin to rap more. So if it's gonna take an Archie beat, man, we gonna all have to get together offline and make something happen, because I'll be pushing this dude Sin to send me more tracks. People don't know I released a Sin snippet of a new Sin track recently, and so I be pushing Sin like, let's get some more music out. So if it takes connecting Sin and Arch, you know, I'm gonna have to make something happen.
Me and Sin was actually in the studio for a minute, but I got sick. I got real sick, and I damn disappeared for like 2 years. It was like 2-3 years, buddy.
Yeah, but come back. And the test becoming a testimony, man. I ain't gonna put no business out there. But we still got my nigga AJ, y'all.
Hey,
yeah, it was bad. And I lost contact with Sid. But I'm glad
I'm a reconnect. I'm a reconnect everybody, man. I'm fixing.
I still got the studio together. All that shit still plugged up. You know.
And then you know where I live. All right.
I'm a reconnect everybody, man. I'm one person at a time. I'm a reconnect everybody, get everybody back in line, because you know what it is. Like we don't get tracks like that. You know.
Right.
That's right. Right now, Sin.
You heard it, Sin.
He was asking about you too, Sin. That's crazy. Hey, you gotta speak that into existence. Yeah.
So speaking of Sin, of course, you know, right? What's next is when again we talk about shining moments on this album. We talk about top 3 tracks. The fans can't go without talking about this one. 2 Hits and Pass, 2 Tru, Flesh, Ken Dog, The Shift. This is a standout moment. Let's get into it, because I know that this is one that we're going to have with Sin in the chat, with all the fans in the chat. I know this is one we're going to spend some time on.
Now, this one right here, this is the one I did really care for, because they all did some crazy rapping in this shit right here. This shit right here was like, it's creative. It was creative. It was very creative.
Yeah, man. Since we started this since we started this live stream, people have been saying, ask about 2 hits a pass, ask about this, ask about that. So people been waiting for us to get here right here. So I know we about to really go on this one.
Yeah, we had a really good time with this stuff.
Planes drifter, keepers of the night, we shifting, struggling with all our might. We fight to restore order, reporters from hell, distorted visions, impaired thinking, be blinking in and out. You better watch me. A seat was thrown, cause the food it was rotten. Rats and roaches approaching from all sides, discombobulated corpses, evil forces provoking my movements, interacting with slaughter. No losses will be issued on this side of the fence. What will it take for you suckers to be convinced? You won't be happy till you lynched. Get hauled off in a box and thrown inside of a trench. We pull your balls out to see where you got your strength. You made me pull my sound out, so I burn you to a crisp.
Gotta get that blaze on that end, don't keep calling me for that juice up. I know what's up. Better take them 2 hits and pass that blood up to your left. Keep it coming back to back with that booty smoke. Gotta get them lungs full and they puff that potent smoke to me choke. Grow from a hell of that ganja, dropping them peace to the marijuana. See it consistent in the smoke that we with much on easy wise. Wish or feel it, don't matter really, cause smoke the same. Blaze that in the work, soaked up to us all the day.
Stop opposing these cops. I get stopped in the drop, not locked up. Get out of jail and hop on a flight. Man, I was fucked up in the parking lot, straight trying to get sucked up. But I heard they saying we broke, nigga, for what? These Benzes ain't from no dope. You punk motherfuckers quote the wrong. I'm riding so real with this game. You punk niggas can't maintain. Fuck the fame, I can't change what.
We know jazz, gotta smoke on some of that endo. Get your toke on too, to my mind for gotta float in any up for more, so please, nigga, chill on all that tripping. 2 hits then pass to the left, cause that blunt I must be hitting. Got to fight the chronic on the mission, here I go, but in the know, cause Clara's full of chronic, banging endo. Get your toke on.
In the twilight it pays to lay. Creepers come out with our wickedness game to play. Night breathers can stand the day. Searchers thriller, bring out the worst kind of killers. In the hood we got thrillers, first degree murdering capillars. Water, sit back, watch the movie. Dance if I got liturgy, but it was just 2 hits and pass they after the reaper. Got them niggas, triggers be blazing in the cold, but ain't no faith in these niggas made of gold. Now you know, FTC known for writing scriptures in the lead. Nah, hustler, carjacker, the hitchers got his ass on the side of the road, stayed far away from witches. Hell of a world that think clear. Enter by all means if you dare, fall victim to being a slave to the rhythm of the ghetto.
Earlier we said we were talking about the Mo Thug style, and you hear it on the Mo Thug compilations and shit like that. And I'll tell you, this feels like genuine Mighty Mo Thug right here. There's so many layers to this. The chat is going crazy. People saying this is the one. Like all the shit that's on here. What is it about this one that makes this one stand out to the fans so much? Like, walk us through it, because there's a lot going on here right now.
Chemistry. It was the chemistry with everybody. Crazy Ball brought a bunch of weed to the studio that day, and we got very high. And that was the result of that song. Crazy Ball, man, not Crazy Ball. Flesh and Bones verse was the craziest verse I ever heard in my life. Shouts out to Jeff Shilton for making that happen. Go ahead.
Did the record label ask what was going on there with that Flesh verse, the first half of it being backwards?
I think I asked.
It's not backwards.
It's not.
It's not backwards.
It's not.
No, it's not backwards.
The backup was back.
No, it ain't no backwards. Backwards.
No, Jeff Shirley said that we did. They put the backup. He put the cup on the backup. Right. Jeff Shirley did that because I said I don't know what the hell he was saying. I couldn't figure it out. You know what I mean? We recorded it. I couldn't figure out what he was saying.
That's not my memory, yeah. Yeah, that's not my
I was just saying. I'm telling you, but I know. I didn't understand what he was saying.
because you was all in your life.
But at the end,
$1,000 for that verse. And so we were upset about he didn't understand words. How's it $5,000?
That's what I said. I couldn't understand.
Jeff Shirley was like, no, these are words. And he took the music out, and it wasn't no fixed it. He took the music out and played this stuff acapella. Anyway, he took the music out, and the motherfucker was rapping. He was like,
it was like some demonic shit, man. When he look, it went in that order. It wasn't like everybody he came in and just tracked it out. It was, I mean, everybody that did that order was that they recorded that order. So imagine if everybody going through their verse and did their shit, and then they get to him, and he did that. That was the last verse on the track.
yeah, we came back, and that's what he did.
Man, when I heard it, I was like, "Oh, we gotta take that off." Yeah, I was like, "We gotta take that off."
Definitely, I'm not gonna speak for y'all.
And then Jeff Shirley was like, "Man, let me fix it. Let me fix it, man."
That's not what he said. He said, no, he's saying words. And took the shit out, not let me fix it. Because we was like, what the fuck is that? That's not words. And he was like, yes, it is. It took the music out, and that nigga was like, we're gonna finish smoke trash. They wanna give me, I'm gonna go to the 40 ounce, give me a bag. And the 50 ounce in the brown paper bag. What a bloody bag. He said, it wasn't no no fucking button. That nigga said that out of his fucking mouth. All right, we done. All right.
Yo, that the questions around that track, you know, they're always, yo, everybody killed that. Like that is, you know, like I said, when you hear that. When you hear that song, you're like, this is what Mo Thug is. This is that Mo Thug sound, you know? It's like everybody brought a different piece, you know? It's like you can't really...
wrote that, just that day.
No. Everybody except for Fletch. Take it back. And that's what we did.
But I'm saying that day, though, I was in the studio that whole day.
Yeah. Hey. I'm saying what happened.
Yeah, I ain't saying what happened. He'll tell you the truth. He was there the whole day. Ask him what happened. He gonna say the same thing I said.
No, he not. No, he not. And do a poll. How many people think that Sin is gonna say MJ got the story right? And
No,
how
I'm
many
not
people
saying
think that?
I'm not saying it's the story like that.
No, I know.
I'm saying it sounds deep. That's all.
You said that Jeff Shirley played it backwards. That's not right. He didn't fix it. He took the beat out. It made us understand that it was.
I said he did put on the backup. I said he put on the backup.
I know earlier we talked about Jeff Shirley, but we had some people coming in and everybody's saying, who's Jeff? Who's Jeff? Can y'all just remind everybody who Jeff Shirley is?
Jeff Shirley was the engineer. He did the whole album. He was a great engineer. He was a great guy, a very good guy.
Man, he used to do the late night session with us. Sure.
Yeah, he did sessions for free. He did sessions where he ain't get paid to do it. He was a good guy.
Sin has remained Sin has remained quiet the last 3 minutes, so I haven't seen him say anything about it yet. But I'm sure. Look, I'm sure that it's not the last time you're gonna see Sin on here either. So next time I have Sin on, I guess we're gonna have to get the Sin version of the story.
Yeah, but that was a good. That was a long day.
Yeah, man. Nah, it sounds like it is. I think that's something too that, you know, people don't talk about is when you got a song, you got that many features and just, you know, that situation, that's not just two people in a group that know each other, you know, and going in and just working off each other. You got to really, you know, that's a lot of collaboration to make something like that. But I mean, it turned out, you know, it's debatable what everybody's favorite song is on this album. Some people are gonna say Ballers Flossin'. Some people are gonna say, you know, So High. But most people say it's that song right there. So,
Oh, wow.
you know, that's what's
I
crazy.
see why though. They did their thing on that. You know what I mean? I see why. 'Cause them verses was crazy.
Yeah, that's cold. It's cold. It brings us into something that, you know, it doesn't make you think of the cold. It's we had Ken Dog on the last record. We got Ken Dog on the next one. Before we jump into that one though, I do want to say our co-host Matt Weaver is on the road. He did this from a hotel. He said he was actually traveling, and you know, he brought all his shit, flew out to LA. He's in a hotel room right now, so he does have prior obligations. He hung out for a really long time, but he couldn't miss Too True tonight, so he's got all his stuff packed up in a hotel. So my man Matt has to get going, but I wanted to express our love to Matt Weaver to making sure that he got here for Too True.
Thanks too.
Hey, thanks for leaning in with us, Matt.
I appreciate you guys so much. You know, I listened to New Breed of Female this morning, and you have that mind muscle connection. You know, at that time, I remember holding the CD. You know, I remember looking at the back of the CD while the tracks played, and that really took me back. So today's a very special episode. I think I can just tell that today's a very special episode. Archie, hearing your stories that get sparked from hearing the beat, like I see you thinking, you know, Jhaz, I thought you could pop corn, but I was glad to see you tell some stories about the corn that you prefer popping. And I think that last song is a great representation of, like, you guys make your art and you put it out into the world and it grows. You know, what we think about it, like when Cecil says what the fans think is the favorite song, I can see you're surprised. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so once you put it out there, you know, it's yours, but is it yours anymore in the sense, you know? So the fans' interpretation over time, and that doesn't, you know, minimize anything that we said today. I think getting that full circle and that closure, I mean, like, who else is doing this, right?
Right. We appreciate you both, man. Everything y'all did, man.
Absolutely.
It was fun too.
Hey, Matt, thank you so much, Matt, for kicking it with us and carrying all your gear all the way to a hotel and making sure you were here, Matt. We love you, and we'll catch you on the 50th episode, Matt, when you're back with us.
Pack your stuff up safely.
Appreciate you. Have a good night.
And
See you, Matt.
you safe too.
Your mic sounded great, Matt.
So we were saying how cold everybody on the last track was, but now we get into the summertime, and we said there are 2 tracks on here that Archie didn't produce, and this is the second one. It features Ken Dog. It's summertime. Before we get into that, let's just kick the track. Jhaz and me were talking about this song last night. She started to tell me some stuff, and I said, Jhaz, don't tell me no more. I'm trying to be surprised tomorrow, Jhaz. So let's jump into summertime real quick.
Summertime, time to kick back, relax your mind. Honey's folks gleam in the sunshine. You know it's summertime.
I know you done heard about these bars. We put it down to your platinum. Motho's debut, represent the land with the bomb album. We house, coming in the dope race in the game of the streets. Trying to come up on millions. This gang we play for keep straight from the underground. Bum rush, leading tunnel to the industry. Truths roll deep from coast to coast, gotta make that money. Break any show off the rip, recognize for show stoppers. 2 truths coming to get you fools. Chart toppers, gotta put the nonsense. Perimeter lockdown. Show these player haters the greatest family you found. We put it down worldwide. You ain't know about truths. Keeping your bob in your head.
the south, better get hit to two true. Prove that we was hard on family scriptures. Now hit you with this new breed that set it off the ripper. Get your hands up for the new breed. Crack the top on the end, fire up the green. Floss in the hood, peep the vibe. Keep back, relax, do it up for the summertime.
Sit back and let my hitter get you cracked. Inhale the barbecues early morning, get the ribs burning. Things turning, Mickey Thompson's on the bourbon. As we hurting these boys off a platinum debut. Gotta come new, or where the old school true true and key and dog 9-7 summertime. Maintaining these last days by moving up the grind, niggas dying. While I'm on this hella chase, trying to avoid those hate. Can you relate? We can all get paid and ride drops this summer. If the cops try to stop the sliding rubber chumps.
I want y'all to know that in the comments right now, you getting a lot of comments like this makes you feel good, like back in the good old days. Joseph Tech said this is so smooth. This is a great, Cold Blooded said this is a great vibe to smoke to. This is classic. So
it's a crazy song.
Track's getting a lot of love, but I know I see Jhaz immediately started laughing it up. Let's talk about Summertime featuring Ken Dog.
And shout out to Ken Dog. You know, that's Ken Dog is one of my dudes, man. But you know, like I say, Summertime, man, was a good summer song. You know, like it was up there with like Will Smith, man, and things like that. You know, like summer expression. You know what I mean?
It's like Let's Do It Again on the Thug Stories album. I know, you know, there's mixed opinions on Summertime, but when I really enjoyed this song at the time period when it was on the album. I liked tracks like this, and it reminded me of, it's kind of like a genre.
And a lot of people do also, because that's why, you know, like, if you look at some of the polls on it, a lot of people like Summertime because that's the type of music that they into, you know what I mean? And we was asked to make that kind of music, you know, to add to the track, to change the flavor of the album. Some of that I didn't agree with, but some of the ideas that I didn't agree with was probably some good ideas, you know what I mean?
Do you think this was going to get pushed by the label as a single? Like, was this on the block to be a potential single? Because this feels like what a label would say, this is the single.
We never got that far to even kind of conversation about that song. That song was never even a conversation because we never saw it that far. All right.
Jhaz, what's happening, Jhaz? You haven't given me much input on here. What you got for me, Jhaz? I'm gonna mute my mic and eat these gummy bears. So,
Summertime is not my favorite song. I don't know if y'all remember earlier. I'm laughing. All right. So earlier, Archie said that Somehow was the first song that we got. The first song that we got was Summertime. We talked, I told you, in my mind, you said, don't tell me wait. The song that I heard, and I'm telling my age, it was, and I told y'all I can't sing, but it was, Gummy bears, spreading joy and laughter everywhere. Look, we are the gummy bears. And so we were were having a hard shit. We were having a hard time writing to it. And our boss came to the studio and we were like, yeah, we got some. And hey, but when I listened to the verses just now, this is one of the two things. I think our verses cross, but and another thing is this is one of the only songs I don't know by heart. I can't like rap along or whatever. Like all of me and Bruna songs that we've ever done, I know less that, except for that chorus.
I give all credit to Crazy Bone for that, you know, because he came up with that, you know, I guess to change the flavor of the house.
No. Hey, dude came in. I said, hey, what's up? Let's vibe. He said, no, yo, come up with something. I'ma just jump on. I said, oh, I wasn't feeling that. But you know what I'm saying? I guess that's what I want to say what producers are for because sometimes they can do or hear stuff that you don't hear. Because, like what you said, a lot of people vibe with that. But uh, a personal note, that is my least favorite song on the album.
Well, and you know, I think it depends what you're looking for, right? Because it's like John really likes that song, right? Like it's,
Really?
yeah.
Yeah.
People in the chat, everybody's saying how much they like that song. Now y'all
Wow.
know we talked, the three of us talked last night for damn near 2.5 hours. Okay, y'all know I keep it a buck, just like Jhaz. That's my least favorite song on the album, but I don't like a lot of shit like that. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to listen to. And when Archie said earlier, about So High, he didn't really feel like that fit the album. See, I always felt like that fit the album. It was more upbeat, but still, like, you know, it was still raw and it was still hard and you know, it still had like everybody rapping hard, but this one really did kind of like change the vibe of the album. Now, I will say this. Ken Dog was a great fit for that. That's the type of beat that Ken Dog fit beautifully on. He shines really nicely on that track. You know, so it's like when we think of, we never got that Ken Dog album. When I think of Ken Dog songs, I'm like, oh, this would have fit really good on a Ken Dog album featuring II Tru. Then it wouldn't have been as, you know, I don't think it would have been as like strange if it was on the Ken Dog album featuring II Tru, but because they threw it on A New Breed of Female, it kind of just, you know, because of, like you said, you built a story, right? But people are loving it. I mean, in the comments, everybody says, like somebody said, hey, it was good to hear this for the first time in a long time with fresh ears. This song is really good. So,
Ken Dog,
What's the placement of it?
but you know, back then there would
We
always
tried to slide it in there.
there'd be songs or albums like this back then where you'd have a song like this that kind of created a contrast on the album and shows versatility. I always wondered if you guys had wrote the lyrics. It seemed like someone gave them to you guys and then you just did them. And I'm not saying that you have ghostwriters, but the way it was performed, like when I would listen to this and I would hear the way Brina comes in, I'm like, it almost sounds like she didn't write it. It seems like she's being put up to do this, but it came out cool. It sounds like she's not having fun. Like she's like doing this because she's got like obligated, but it came out cool. So I always wondered if it was like handed to you to perform or if you guys actually wrote it. Regardless, I'm a fan of the track. I know Cecil never liked it, but this was actually like my third track I would play when I would pop the disc in. I'd hear Ballers Flossin, So High, and then Summertime. So that's just me. Now, two of those three aren't Archie, but I play the whole album. I was saying like I would hear all those tracks, and Summertime was not a problem for me at all. In fact, I liked the contrast of it, and I've always been good with it. But I know Cecil always kind of clowned me for it over the years.
To answer your question, the beat was very hard for us. That was one of those beats where we did not write to the beat. So you probably hear that. You have good ears. So we wrote verses because for us that beat was extremely hard to write to. Especially like first we got gummy bears in our mind, and then we changed it. The chorus wasn't, too much. We was gonna work on it later, but now you here, so like we like let's write some verses. I think them verses are
Yeah.
and I think we put the beat on and it was like, hey. So that was a probably what most artists do right now. They get a track. It's no cohesiveness. You just make it fit. And that was
Hey, when you came in, never been no lame, always been true to the game. I always thought that was just so smooth how that would come in. You rode the beat perfect. Hey, if you guys are hating on summertime, I'm not. I'm loving summertime. I thought y'all were just really chilling on it. And Ken Dog found his like groove. That's his kind of beat right there.
Yeah. I thought Ken was a better fit on Summertime than, on Two Hits. Like that was really, again, if we got that Ken Dog album and that would have been on his album featuring him, I think y'all would feel differently about it. It's just its placement in the record, overall, So, but this does all go back to what I said earlier, which is Too True was never scared to step up to the challenge and do something. So even though it wasn't the fit, y'all did it. And like you said, the verses were still raw. So it's like you still got raw Too True. It was just over this, happy ass gummy bear thing. But y'all didn't shy away from the challenge. And I think that's beautiful.
That's true. Terrible but true.
Hey,
yeah. I received that.
You rose to the occasion. You rose to the occasion. I think that's what's the most important thing about it. That was the last.
Hey, I said crazy because he presented us with the beat. I said, hey, you gonna jump on this one? He was like, no, I'm gonna come with it.
Awesome. So y'all asked Cray if he wanted to jump on.
I'm gonna get on that one. I'm sorry.
So Cray wasn't trying to touch it, but he was pushing the beat though.
Yeah.
What
it had crossover appeal. I'm just telling you.
Were those the only two?
And it worked. And it worked.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked.
Hey, if things would have gone differently and a new breed of female would have garnished more singles, I'm sure at some point Mo Thug Relativity would have said, hey, we're gonna need Summertime to be a single. Because it fit the single format from back then, as far as like what people were looking for that feel good summertime barbecue song.
On the back of it, the summer, it said ball of smoke on the back of it was summertime. And we said, hell fuck no.
12.
She was fucking right. Oh shit.
Yeah, they did think I was 12.
Without our logo, they made our own logo. Wow, that's fun.
Yeah, that's what their job is. That's what they picked the song.
I'm sure they would have did it.
Everybody it's the party boy that they will single one day.
They put it up on the damn flyers. Maybe that's why we ain't get a promotion. They said these bitches at the summertime.
Oh no.
Shit, I would promote the shit out of summertime.
If we would do, no. Can you imagine me on stage? Never been no night. I wouldn't even gave it to most. Never been no night. That's the only part I know because he just told me to. I don't remember.
Yeah, John, how you feel? Jhaz says she doesn't even know this. All the other songs she knows, she don't know this one, John, and it's John's top 3.
I've pondered this track. I'm telling you, I'll be driving in the car playing it, just listening to how you guys were performing it, pondering, thinking about what you guys were thinking, how you were like. I've thought about this song probably more than I should, probably more than anybody has. I'm sitting here realizing, like, man, I really did think about this track a lot and the intricacies of how you guys would come in off the chorus, and yeah.
This is what probably one of these. We probably go back and forth more than usual. because I can't. I'm like, I got 2 lives. You got 2? Okay, I got 2. You got 2. All right. 1, 2, 3. And you probably, I'm sorry.
Well, and here's the
For the
thing.
record, they was against it, and I kept telling them, "No, man, y'all got to do this, man. Y'all got to do this, right?"
You did, but hindsight, I think that we should have came and been like, we don't want this track. I think.
I was with you, bro.
I think we should have said we don't want this track. We was new artists trying to come out, and
Actually, no.
we were new artists trying to come out. I think we felt some type of way. I know I felt some type of way coming to somebody who, if it mind you, this the first time I've been on a plane. I ain't want to lean in and be like, "Hey, bruh, that shit corny." I couldn't figure out the words to say that. And so we is trying to like put it to the back burner, and then all of a sudden, dude is in a studio session. And so the gummy bears thing that we had, because he's like, "Y'all ready?" I said, "Yes." And that's summertime.
I'll say you'll never know what's gonna work. There's a couple songs that me and my group had made that Cecil had heard, and we just thought it was a throwaway track a couple times, and he's like, "No, that's like one of my favorite tracks you guys made." So you never know what the people are gonna like. The one song you don't like turns out to be, kind of hit or miss with the fans, but there's a lot of them that are good with it. So glad you made it. I'm glad you made the song.
I'm glad you like it.
I played it many times. Played it many, many times.
I'm glad. I'm glad because I hope it reached. Yeah, yeah. Summer folks playing at the sunshine.
I will say that if the placement was a little earlier on, it wouldn't stick out as much. The placement coming into the end of it, because we about to round it out with Before I Die. It may be a different placement, but either way, the fans still like it, y'all, and that's the most important thing for you two is.
Where would you, had you been, where would you have played Summertime?
Wait, you saying if I absolutely had to put it on the record no matter what? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Because I would have placed it on Ken Dog's fucking album. I already told you.
It would have made it on the record, is what you're saying.
I'm saying it would have made it on Ken Dog's record if I was Mo Thug's A&R or something. Like, I would have put it on Ken Dog's album. But on y'all's album, if I was going to put it on here, I would have done it earlier, because even though it doesn't fit the earlier part of the album either, when you get into this later part with The Shift and Before I Die and Backdoor, these are just harder, darker tracks. So for it to be smack right in the middle there, even though it's nothing like Ballers Flossin', it fits better closer to Ballers Flossin' than it does on this back end with these darker tracks.
That's what I'm saying about the play.
If you was to redo it,
I mean, I wouldn't play for now. I probably put it on Kindle.
Archie, go with my answer.
Where would you if you had to redo the place? Where would you put it?
I mean, probably when I can't put it in right now, because they didn't want it to be in. I don't want it to be in the end, because I want people to get the end. So I thought my ear I wouldn't listen to Summertime at the end of that track. If I heard Summertime to me at the end of that album, I'm gonna cut the album off.
So it's like a compliment sandwich, or what's that shit called when you about to tell somebody fucked up shit? Good shit, the bad shit.
Yeah, you gotta hug, kick, hug.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah. I put it right where it wasn't gonna hurt nobody, and if we gave people a chance to listen to it and have their own opinion, because you could tell the artist didn't like it. So you know what I mean.
I'm about to ask you a question. But first of all, if they made it that far in an album, that's great. But what made you say to tell the artist didn't like it? You disclosing it right now. You think that they can hear it and see that we ain't like that stuff?
Which y'all think?
I mean,
Well, yeah, you definitely said Brittany just sounded like it was an assignment. Did we even write? Is what you said. So, well, yeah.
Brina's verse sounded like an assignment, but I thought it was made it sound cooler because of that. It was almost like, all right, give me my script. All right, I'll bang this thing out. I'm gonna make it fire. So I like that aspect of it. The fact that it felt that way to me made me like it even more. So, you know, and the contrast between two hits and pass, right? Just think of the beat, think of the vibe and the feel to that, to just totally 180 to Summertime. You know what I mean? Right. That is contrast.
Even before they told me, I always kind of knew. I'm like, the label must have made them do this song. So, you know, and I think listen, it's not even weird because you can pick out a lot of albums from the 90s and all the albums from the 90s you had to have this type of track on it. Like, you know, every one of them had a track like this. So it's like, it's a very common thing. It wasn't even weird because I was just like, yeah, every album's got, you know, a track like this. It has to.
No, it's that.
Yeah, they call them albums.
We shouldn't have did that. That was what our band does. And we dropped the ball.
Well, look, the people, here we are, almost 30 years, Jazz. The people are arguing with you. They said it was classic. It was smooth. It's good to ride to. So, you know, give the fans...
What do you make music for?
Give the fans what they want, but we'll give you something that you want. We're gonna listen to Before I Die, and I know that you're gonna fuck with this one. We'll listen to that one and we'll get it back on tap for Jazz who didn't want Summertime.
Not a fan.
You know, the worst part about living is knowing one day that you're gonna have to die. In the meantime, you have to come to terms with yourself before you die.
Before I die, lay and put to rest. Before I climb the wall, before I take my last breath, may I come to know the real of it all. Face to face with death, discover why the toughest fall. Dog, at home alone at night, my dreams be scary, got a sister being to the daylight. And if by circumstance somehow I end up stiff, I promise that I ain't the only one that's gonna end up in a ditch. To all of this I wish I find the reason why we end up dead. So I be praying though before I die. Before I flatline, carried away in the casket, I ask this question, Lord, will you be opening the gates to the green pastures? Or will a sister fall prey to the gates of hell to green? Past times through these ghetto blues, had to do what I had to do really. Survival was the key, every day trying to dodge some toe tags. Got a good heart, trying hard to raise mine. You made room for sisters, jumpstart, play haters, they hate me. Will the devil put one of those fools to work, or will I die of natural cause? Either way it goes, I feel the hurt, so I ask of you, Lord. Keep my family strong on top of this weak game. Dedicated to I'm on the streets of hell any day, amen.
Jazz, it looks like we got you back in the game on this one. Looks like you reinvested. It looks like you reinvested into the listening party now.
Yeah, I'm fucking with us again. Dad, I go check out all shit. I said our verses was hard though.
Yeah, I like that. I love that track because out of like the Mo Thug camp, the Bone camp, like we became very used to having these musical interludes, you know, not just skits, but like a musical interlude that, you know, wasn't quite gonna be, you know, you don't want that for a 4-minute song, but is dope enough that you don't want to not have it either. So we kind of got accustomed to things like that. So I always thought Before I Die, I just always thought it was dope that it was just like this little 2-minute just raw flows.
Yeah, that track came. We was in a deep place at that time. You know what I'm saying? We was real deep place. And that track, I'll never forget it when I made this track. It was emotional, and I ain't want no drums in it. You know, I want to make sure this track they had no drums because I wanted people to concentrate on the prayer. You know what I mean? And then that's how we introduced that next song. That whole next song is a story. That's Jazz story.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we brought that song in because of that prayer.
Yeah, Cecil, I think when we were leading up to either Jazz's interview or Archie's interview, you had something to say about this one. I remember, I think it was you. Somebody had to have been you. Cecil, do you remember us talking about this track? Like leading up to the interview?
I mean, I think we did those so long ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
What I do know is, like, I'd always said that, you know, they put Are You Ready skit, Promises skit. So it's like they always put like the skit name with the actual name. And I was always like, even though it's not, you know, Mother's Reminisce skit, I was like, these two tracks are connected. Like they're like this placement, it makes sense. And like, this is supposed to interlude you to this song. So like, I always knew that this wasn't like a mistake that it was here, or it was just, you know, its placement. You know, I knew that its placement had to be here right before that last track.
Like if you hear that interlude, it had your head instantly go down. You know, your head instantly, you thinking, you know, like, damn, this is deep. Then when that beat come in, the beat bring your head back up and you start listening to, now you understand why that prayer came in.
Yeah, it almost sounded the instrumental sounded like it was like a soundtrack movie, not on a movie soundtrack, but like in a scene in a movie when the main character is with the rain, yeah, and
that
like
was the
visualize it.
that was the whole situation that night when her sister passed. It was a rainy night.
Oh.
Was and I guess I could ask this question after the next track, but we might as well ask it. Like, were they recorded together, written together? Were they done the same night? Were they done like in conjunction with each other? Like, how did those two come together?
Well, here go Brina on the phone right now. Brandon. Wait. Hold on, you gotta guess. You gotta guess, Brina. You can ask her that question.
We just listened to Before I Die. What was your mindset when you made Before I Die?
Y'all play too much. Before I Die is the mindset of every individual that's on earth, and then when we put it through. We done been through a lot. But hey, everybody that's listening, but I was calling in for my truths. No, I can't be there. I'm me. I'll be doing a lot of stuff, so I ain't in time with all that right now. But before I die, and love y'all by the way, but before I die, that's what do you do with your life before you die? And then the people that we have lost, whether it's from tragedy, whether it's from health, you know, we can't even get the name and names. We got a lot that's going on, whether it's Don, whether it's Tombstone, but we got more people that y'all don't know. But sorry about that. But whether it's anybody personally, y'all can relate to it and y'all can understand anything about the True album. And I'm not calling it interrupt the interview because they got my back and they know how to speak because we all is one. But I might get off the phone because I wasn't quite sure they was in the interview right now. But everybody in life can relate to. Go back and listen to anything from the new breed of female, y'all can feel because y'all can relate. If you came from poverty, if you came from any struggle, or you came from betrayal, or anything that crossed you, everybody put yourself in the shoes of yourself, and then y'all relate to the music. Then it's something that in poverty with always trying to come out, what we got to deal with, loyalty and betrayal. But I love y'all. And other than that, Jhaz and Arch, my ones, which we still, 3 of us is true. And the interview, the interviewer, love you. But y'all gonna do y'all thing, and I'm about to click out. But I'm about to click in, because I clicked in on her phone. And I apologize to anybody for the interruption. It's just me. I'm the other ingredient that makes the cake. And Jhaz will tell you how to marinate.
Hey, that dope for your folks. Oh, the download. All right.
Go ahead. Love y'all.
Later. Talk to you in a minute.
Hey, that's the happiest interruption of any interview I've ever had in 6 years of fucking doing this, man. So, hey, if everybody in the chat enjoyed that Brina cameo that y'all thought you wasn't getting, fill that chat up with them diamonds for Brina one time in this motherfucker. Y'all just got that little call-in cameo. Show some love. Yeah, man. Hey, that song, like I said, it hits hard and it makes sense. And even though, there's certain things, like I said, like without talking to y'all, like I knew certain things about the record, and that goes back to what you guys said at the beginning of this, which is it was meant to tell a story. Things were not in certain places on accident, and this really makes sense. And I'm glad that this track made it. I think. Let's jump into the Mother's Reminisce, because I think that is going to connect us more with Before I Die, and it'll give us more of a talking platform on it for people. Chat's going crazy. Chat's full of diamonds, Mo Thug fists right now for fucking Brina one time. They going crazy for it.
Hands up for Brina, y'all.
Let's go. Let's go.
We got these mothers reminiscing of their children. We gotta get past the pain and stop the healing.
Too in debt with the pain and misery, the compression done on my shoulders. Mothers reminisce days of watching the child first grow older. But a common tragedy, that unexpected number that takes one out the game to meet that brings that takes you under. Face to face with the destiny, no time for compromising. No matter who's in the wrong, cause life's the bitch that got us dying. Lost souls eternally coming over truths I knew. June 3rd, Don passed, and her unborn baby too. Head on car collision on Belfort Round and being from where she lived. The catastrophe, may she rest in peace at this dead end. A host of friends I'm included, never cause she was my partner's sister. Can't shake it, it's a reality, yo, some of my dreams done figured. Baby Donisha took her like a visit to her granny's home. Too young to remember some of the space, gotta tackle this world alone. Done gone, reached a point of no return, Lord, can you help me? Understand your reasons for taking away from our families. Mourn the passing of a true that I once knew. Mothers reminisce, hit home about them lost souls that fell prey to this death, yes.
These mothers reminiscing about their children. We gotta get past the pain, stop the healing. We got mothers reminiscing.
One day you're here, the next you go, and that's for real. Said these ghetto blues was over, but they done got a sister faded still. And in my mind, I can't believe that they didn't put my closest sister underneath 6 feet deep and beat the level. We wasn't cool, cause I done let some outsiders come between some truths. And now I regret letting haters in between some things that I can buy deeper than the bleed. Mothers reminisce, ain't this a trip? My sister's dead. These ghetto blues done got a sister faded once again. In bed, my head hurt, worried. My nigga gon' lay it down, and my sister in the dirt buried. And now I'm tripping, cause I can't feel this vibe. We just got finished toasting, now my career on the line. Blind of what the next man says. I know this can't be, I just called the house. My sister can't be dead. Mothers reminisce.
We gotta get
to Norm. Rest in peace. We would like to send our condolences to her beloved parents, Vivian Hall and Donald Hall, her brother, Derek Hall, and her beloved daughter, Darnisha Hall. And to all the mothers that have lost a beloved one, mothers reminisce.
He's been so good to me. Yeah, that's your name, that's your name.
In both y'all's interviews, we spent an extensive amount of time talking about that track specifically, because we know how much it meant to the camp for you guys, especially for Jhaz. But let's talk about the track again. We got a lot of people beyond the harmony now that weren't with us 6 years ago, 3 years ago, and may not have heard those interviews. So let's dig in on that track.
Which one of you first?
Hey, I don't want you and Jhaz to fight anymore about who's going first, Archie. So Archie can go first.
Okay.
I'll go first. This track came about when we signed our contract. We got our contract with Pakistan. We had bought a bottle of champagne, and we was finna toast, and Jhaz got a phone call, and that phone call was a phone call saying that her sister had a bad accident. It was like one of the best days, but one of the worst days. And that day we decided we was going to dedicate a song to her. So we came up with the song, the music, the dedication. That Jhaz, I think wrote that for the right?
Well, no, that's the only thing you understand about yourself.
But it was something that we actually we were going to donate this whole song to her daughter. Her daughter's name is Darnisha. And if we ever got that song off the ground, we was going to donate all that to her daughter, because, it was just how we felt at the time about her mother, her sister passing. And just like Greta said, at that time, a lot of people, it was bad time. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of things were happening at that time. And we just dedicated the song to all the mothers, that lost loved ones. And that's why it's called Mother Reminisce.
Yeah, yeah, before I died, I guess I was at a time when, I was young. I just wanted to picture having people that's my age or around my age pass away, and so we was telling our family. The lady across the street from me, remember her? One of my neighbors had passed away too. Started, but yeah, when we found out that like we were about to sign it, before we signed, we was trying to lean in and celebrate. So celebration kind of went bad, and that's something I like that song. That song makes sense to me.
Was it's the last track on the album, So when y'all were figuring out the order, and we've talked a lot about the order and building this, did you guys just know that those were going to be the last two, Before I Die and Mothers Reminisce? Did you know that's how you were going to wrap the album out, or how did it come about that that's how you were going to finish off A New Breed of Female?
Yeah, we actually discussed that, if I'm not mistaken, and we decided that we was going to end it with a prayer. You know what I mean? And then when we did the prayer, the Mothers Reminisce song actually fit the prayer. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it almost seemed like it was one song, but it actually was one song. It was like an interlude to a song, and then you had the ending was giving the what you call it, condolences. So yeah, if we wanted to end it like that, we wanted to end it on a prayer.
It's a amazing and touching way to end a album. People, there's so many different tribute songs out there, and they all kind of, everybody's got their own spin on it, and I'm glad that this song still sounds like a II Tru song. It doesn't sound you don't got a bunch of gospel singers on here singing a chorus, and it still feels raw and authentic like II Tru, and the way that it starts with Before I Die and then it ends with it feels like the end of the movie, like when you watching a movie and you start to get to the end of that song, it feels like that's when the credits would start rolling, is when that talking starts at the end of the song.
That means that the message was sent or received how it was sent. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, man. Hey, I think that no matter what the takeaway is, the thought that y'all put into this record, again, we creeping up on almost 30 years ago. The thought that y'all put into this record and these little things that you thought maybe might get overlooked or maybe are only appreciated internally. I think the big takeaway tonight is, that's not true. The fans took away and understood and saw the vision and appreciated it, and, understand that things didn't happen here on mistake, and it's a beautiful
And that album,
album.
it wasn't no fly by night. It was a plan. You know what I mean? If we didn't get a chance to, all plans don't go through. You know what I mean? All plans don't happen. But it was a plan. You know what I mean? At least we had a plan.
Who
I wish we
was
could have actualized the plan. That's one thing I feel some type of way about. Like if we could have synced it all the way through and then it went to hell in the handbasket, I could receive that better than not being able to. It's like you go to the game and it get rained out. Not that I'm a sports fan, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about in this aspect. But it get rained out and you can't play the game and you get a forfeit or some bullshit on your shit that you would have had if you could have did it and you know you could have won it. That's how I feel about it, if that makes sense.
somebody in the comments asked who was on the chorus of this Mother's Reminisce?
I'm glad you asked that. We just talking
We
about
did talk about it.
we made the we made Jeff Shirley sample that, and the way he did it, oh man.
The guy's name is Earl.
Yeah.
His name is Earl. I can't remember his last name, but he was a good friend of mine. Actually, Cecil that was here earlier.
You don't speak right, man.
Cecil that was here earlier, that was his cousin. His cousin sung that. It's just a regular street guy. And he sung that hook for us, but we couldn't get him to LA to re-sing it. So I sampled it. I sampled it from an old song. I mean, an old version of Mother's Reminisce, and then I put it on there.
I think Brenda got something to say.
Brenda said this Brenda again. She wanna.
Brenda's back.
What Jhaz and Archie was just talking about, I'm gonna click back in, but I'm trying to watch the interview. But still just to relate, so I'm just not an absent ingredient because they speak for me and we speak for each other. But our original stuff, it goes from the beginning. We straight from the underground. So anytime that any new artist that hit any platform, whether they start off local and then they do get a way into the door, they don't necessarily know how the plan gonna go, but it goes how God unfolds it. But along the way, regardless of how it went up or down, sideways, and we had great times with it or something, that we still, the main thing that we really gained or something was from the underground, we gained our fans. And regardless of our struggle, what makes it so great or something, a lot of people can relate to what they go through and what they can relate to what we went through. It don't matter what city you in, what state you in, what part of the globe you in. We all go through some kind of trials and tribulations and struggles. So it still was bittersweet with our mission. But at the same time, I'm glad that we still have loyal fans that still listen to our music. It's not all about being on spotlight and being in front of the camera, because you always got to pass the mic and pass the spotlight to the next artist coming up. So all of us, we appreciate what's going on now in the industry, but it don't take away from the spotlight of where we was or whatever, you know. But with all these songs or whatever, every song on that New Breed of Female, it is actually something that we can relate to and something we experienced from where we lived in, from Cleveland, which is the land, Ohio, the heart of it all. But the struggle was real. Everything, all tracks made by Arch, every freestyle that Jhaz did, I did, come straight from us. And whether we get down to the pen and paper and we write those songs, it's something that we experience, and I appreciate the fans most of all. And at the same time, I'm going to get off the interview so y'all can go on and finish.
Wait a minute, Brina. Hold on.
I'm listening.
I want you to comment, because Jonathan thought that you were assigned your verse on Summertime. I'm about to put the phone back up to the mic. Hold up.
Wait.
He said, did we write our lyrics on Summertime? Because it sounds like you almost had an assignment that you were complete. Hold up.
We all original, but okay.
Look, I'm flabbergasted about that. Like, what?
You know what we do on Texas Jazz? I don't know if I want to do the laugh out emojis or whatever, but this is an interview. So I can't play on your phone like I usually do.
Yep. Look, he holding his chin, Brandon. Can you see him? Is you watching?
I only see you on Arch.
Give him an answer. What was your opinion on Summertime?
Summertime. The story, because I don't. It's actually a personal story when me and Jhaz was actually in the mic room.
Sure.
So I can't do what we did. No, Jhaz, you got to do that. It ain't gonna ride on me.
Already. So
no, Jhaz, to answer his question, Summertime. That song right there, even though it was great, we are freestylers. We're writers. Nobody has ever wrote any piece of ingredient, nothing for us. So we ride off the beat and we go with what we feel, but I love Lionel Richie. So, you know how it come from the Lionel Richie thing or whatever, but Summertime, we did come up with that, but that wouldn't have been actually a track that we picked, because that's not really the kind of style. If you look at the rest of the Breed of Female, that's how we ride, but we still, if somebody put a track in front of me, Jhaz, we will jump with it. We'll make it pretty.
He got all three versions of that song now.
Bring it.
No, Jhaz, I can't do that.
Do Gummy Bear sound familiar?
I didn't want to do that. I said you do that because I was gonna say Care Bear. I said I didn't want to do that, so I apologize. So I'm about to get off the phone. Y'all finish the interview. But Summertime was not. It was great probably in other regions, but that's not actually the two true ingredients that makes the cake. Now, Finish our interview, and I'm watching.
Hold up, Brina. Hold up.
Brina. Cecil West, and this is as close as I've got to being able to interview you. So now that I got you, I got to ask one question before you get up.
I'm Mia. I'm always missing in action.
Listen, tell me, you got all these tracks, right? What one is Brina's favorite on the album?
That's hard to say because everyone is our great, but Too True, that go for your foes. Release these things on a download, Ryzin. Hey. And I'm gonna stop right there, but Too True is talking about getting in the game. Like sometimes poverty and everything have a hold on you. It feels like you in jail chains, handcuffs, but you still in poverty. Your mind is bigger than where you live, how much money you get. And that's the one we was trying to get in there. But I would say, even though I did that, I would say Baller's Flossin is my favorite because even though that was our only single that came out on a video on BET, MTV, everything, when we still had to come home to our private families, we still talked about how we was in a hoopty and we was dreaming on how to get out. Y'all seen the break down. Still, when we had to come back, we still was able to blend into our hood, and still the hood had love for us, and we still had to keep it because we kept loyal.
Yeah,
and I'm about to, and if y'all don't mind, I'm about to finish watching my Truths interview.
Brina, I thank you for calling in and taking a minute to talk to us. If you ever decide to change your mind, you come over here. I'll take good care of you. You show up on Beyond the Harmony. Once again, the chat, I want you to fill the chat up with diamonds for Brina for calling in and blessing y'all with a story. Everybody show Brina some love one time in that chat.
You don't even know. This like a lottery ticket. You're looking at 2 of them, but that's actually 3 of us. We won. Hey, 3 people don't add up to 2 true, but it add up to 3 of us. So you got them there, but you got my voice. But they can speak for me because I can speak for them also. If somebody ever called me, I just live a private life.
Let's go. I
but I love
appreciate you,
y'all.
Brina.
And I love all my fans.
Hey, too, Brandon. You gonna talk to me?
Okay. And I'm gonna keep watching it, and I hope I ain't take up too much of the interview time. But love all my fans, and love you, Archie and Jhaz, and y'all do y'all thing. This is Too True.
Hey.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up on your phone, Jhaz.
All right. Bye.
Talk to you later.
All right.
And basically, you heard that was great. That we wasn't even expecting Brina to even call it, but she actually ended the interview perfectly. You know what I mean?
It's beautiful to have her call in and still be a part of this. And I think I knew we were gonna go the distance tonight. I knew we were gonna really deep dive in here. And it was amazing to get the perspective and to hear the little things that made this record what it is. This was a gift back to the fans, and that's why I wanted to do this. But more importantly, this was a gift back to y'all because, it's important that all of you, all 3 of you, get your flowers for what you did and what you gave all of us. And this many years of us being fans, and it was important for you to all get your flowers and to be told that you were appreciated, and for us to be able to deep dive this together. Because it's one thing to see a post, I love Too True, I love Archie, I love Jhaz, I love Brina, da-da-da-da-da, but it's a different thing when you get it to this capacity, and this is what y'all deserve. So this was a gift for the fans. More importantly, this was a gift for Too True. So
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So
it brought back a lot of good memories. It was actually a great interview. I don't know if I ever do it again, but it was a beautiful interview.
Hey,
y'all got a chance to see the crazy shit I went through with these girls. You know what I'm saying? They was crazy. I'm free now.
Look, if we may never see an Archie one again, then can we get, before I let you go, can we get a bonus track?
I don't have one.
No, I got one. We just got to hear a story on it. I'll just drop the track. Let's go.
All right.
It's that's the move, AJ.
Oh, shit.
What
Looks
it's
like
on.
you did.
We gonna intensify the struggle.
Man, we got to tell this story though. We got to tell this story. Yeah, Breeder, call back, Breeder. You got to tell me.
Strapped down with getaways, bagging me to the extent of my struggles. Statistics
That's the piece, my
me
nigga.
on the low, coming up on the money. Hustle the same old thing for a new game to be played for cheese. Gotta get what's promised to a sister coming up on banking G's. Hustling's all the same. I can't deal with these blatant thoughts. Too much trust and risk. Make quick for food to get caught. Hold the slip. I'm too late to be tripping. Weak strategies get the best of me. Underpriced every day down in all this life and society. Still I hold on, cause I'm headstrong and focused with life. No time to pay the price of failure. Let me tell you, no lie. Living by the struggles rules. Gotta do what you gotta do. That's fit. We struggling. Who gives a damn, man? About this down and out chick. My head pounding. What am I gonna do? Gotta get on the hustle. Making a cheese. Coming up out of the low life of the ghetto. Gotta make this come up on the real since started struggling. Get a life, show me no love, but give me reason to make quick moves on something. Gotta hold my own, but it's hard as hell. Trying to stay afloat in the heart of it all. So for myself, it's the way I go. I gotta do what gotta be done to make it in these hard times. Struggling's a mother when you got a one that can I provide for mine. Look at my predicament. Who's gonna help this sister in need? Can't put trust in the system, so I gotta hustle these streets for my cheese. Gotta make that money coming up on the means. Let's do. Cause one of these 9-6 days, I'm out of these ghetto blues.
Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down. Oh, I said it got me down.
These ghetto blues that got a sister faded. Pray this was only a dream. Trapped in the slum, surrounded by the crack things. Means of survival, I guess. Hustle in the hood, wear the bulletproof vest. Help me, Lord, I can't get no deeper than this. Wish I wasn't born in this world of bastards. Misfit moms got love for me, but she don't love what I do. Ooh, got a slang 9 to 5, don't bring in enough food steadily. Look out for myself, my troops, and my family. See, gotta go for self, cause won't nobody take care of me. Strategy, keep fools out of my place, gotta take care of my business. What is this? Too true, play headers on the real, you better get with this. Been dog for too long, come strong, fool it's on. AJ Click coming thick for the 9-6, right down to the very bone. Never lagging. 86 ghetto life, 86 them ghetto blues troops. Coming up for the 9-6, playing headers, you bound to lose. Break rules, ain't no laws here, player. Understand ghetto blues, calls for moves, testing truths. But remember the man, go home if you sensitive. Gotta live, nothing gives. Been in some strange situations, comprehensive had to do. So a sister did get rid of all excesses. Always stay true to my truths. I can do this. Gotta shake these problems, get away from these ghetto blues.
Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down.
Time to get a nigga shit tight with the man in the mirror. See clear through the rest of my days on earth. Big piece of the puzzle sits burning. It only get worse until we out laying in the hearse. It's a ghetto curse. Every little kid in the hood done felt this torture's departure. Up out of this hellhole, nigga done fell no stress. But I'm blessed at the soldier. I beg of you, Lord Jesus, help me deliver myself and my clique from this evil. Little reaper surrounding my soul. Citizens through my peoples, helping me take control of my destiny. I can't let these streets get the best of me. With all of my kids right next to me, you can expect for me to keep grinding desperately. Calculating my every move. Gotta prove to these fools with confused intentions. Do you think I maintain the mission? Cause really my troops can't settle for no prison sentence. So I keep my distance from yo plot instead of the window looking for a rainbow level. Can't settle for the same old. Claim more good with love to the depth that the game goes. Reviewing all possibilities, responsibilities is major now. Ain't no need on dwelling with a danger bout. Shit'll change around if we make it suit up. 2 blocks full of war, check the score. 2 troops can't lose, cause you know we got shit to prove that'll stick to you. Living a lie, singing these ghetto blues.
Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down for the last time. Ghetto blues has got me down.
That's actually what everybody wasn't in music. It just keep on the road.
I said it got me down. I said ghetto blues got me down for the last time. I said it got me down. Ghetto blues got me down. Ghetto blues got me down.
We went the damn distance tonight, and even though it wasn't on a new breed of female, it wouldn't have been right to let y'all go without talking about this song because the
That was a
fans
classic.
go crazy for this.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Yeah, that one
That's
sets.
I thought we was on. I thought we just like what Nico was saying. They gotta lose, gotta stop for the last time. I was like, shit, you motherfucking on. I thought we was on.
Well, you know what? The beginning. I want to talk about the beginning of that song. How that song originated. That song originated. We was the first studio I had was on North Boulevard. One of my first houses. That's where I met on there. I met Jazz there. I met Brina there. I met Bone there. Everybody I met at this house. And I had a poster. I had a friend named Marvin. His name was Candyman. We was all down in that basement, vibing with music.
Brenda said she about to come.
And it was a poster in my studio. It was a poster from Bob Martin.
I was checking the mic.
And Jazz would say I had Jazz hated to check the mic, but I had her in there checking the mic. So she started singing the Bob Marley poster. The Bob Marley poster said, "Mellow Mood has got me down," right?
That little move has got me. That this music right. It's something. We went from that to ghetto blues that got me. And we was trying to figure it out, and Marv came over.
My dude Marv came over.
Said, ghetto blues has got me. And we was trying to figure out the rest. Tried to go with the cadence of let this music ride me. But we said, ghetto blues has got me. And Marv said, oh, for the last time.
And that's how we came up with that song. I did great. Did Lazy Bone. This is before. This is actually before Mo Thugs. This song was before Mo Thugs. Lazy Bone came. This one, Lazy Bone just did Thuggish Ruckus Bone. So he came down the basement and he heard us in there working on that song. And that's when he said, "Man, let me get on that song." I'm like, I asked that thing, y'all cool if you get on the song. And they were like, fuck it. And we let them get on the song. And that's how we came up with Ghetto Blues. And that was the first song we did when we got to California.
Yeah, that is a beautiful song, man. It's like everything about it is really the sax on it. Nico on
Jimmy
that
D,
hook.
man.
Jimmy on that
Jimmy
one
D.
too.
Every song that you hear, any horn, any kind of horn, anything, Jimmy D played.
Here you go, Brandon.
Who the hook, when you did the hook on the original, right? Who
Yeah.
did the hook on the original? Was it still Nico or like how did that come about?
No, the original hook was my friend Mark.
Yeah.
But him and Lazy fell out. So I had to take Marvin off that hook if I wanted to get that song put out. You know what I'm saying? So when we got to California, I had to take him off that hook. And then I put Nico, because Nico was out in California when we first went out there, and it was just Nico and us. So Nico started recording, Jasmine wrote the hook for her, and she did her thing. You know what I mean?
Brina, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm listening to Arch. I'm here with y'all.
We thought you was about to say something.
Nah, oh, y'all ready for me?
Yeah, we wait for you, girl.
The live video is delayed, so I thought Archie was still talking. So Big Daddy Coalition, we was BDC.
Yeah, we was BDC.
How you say North Boulevard?
Yep, North Boulevard.
That's where it all started. And I ain't gonna say he was him and Jhaz was laughing at my raps because I was a positive rapper. So Archie and Jhaz was already together. But long story short, I'm gonna skip through all the funny stuff, laugh my whatever off. But that song Ghetto Blues, what it represents to me. If y'all go back and listen to each verse, keep in mind I'm an artist and I'm sensitive. I took that from Eric Badu. But me and Jhaz were single moms. But what we talked, all of us can relate to our separate struggle from Ghetto Blues. Everybody had a blues, whether you on this track or whether you listening or you living life. But we were struggling trying to feed our kids, just like Arch was struggling trying to feed his family. But we related to some stuff we went through, but still kept it general on that song. And everybody, they talked about what they individually went through. I had hair salons. Jhaz, she was out there. She was doing her thing. I'm one of Jhaz's biggest fans. But that song, Ghetto Blues, it represents a lot, but that's actually the heart of that New Breed of Female album. So when you listen to the whole New Breed of Female album, you got to listen to each cut individually, and you got to actually listen to the words. Even though we're on a track together, we are all individual peoples, and we all come from a separate perspective, but it's still relatable because we all from the same poverty, the same goods. And people think just because they're in Cleveland, this is only what we going through in Cleveland. People in every city, every state, and global going through the same thing. They may not rap, they may not sing, they may work hard jobs, but you go through stuff like that. But we was trying, our mission in the struggle was trying to come out of the struggle and do it the best way we can, but we had a voice. And the most thing that we can give, because we didn't have money, we couldn't give that, but we can give our voice and relate, because it may have helped somebody come out of what they was going through. You never knew if somebody was going through suicide, and then they heard that song, and then they said, I'm about to snap out of this, because if they can do it, I can do it. But we done had old schools that done taught us on our separate journeys. And they have helped us to get another leeway and take the shortcut instead of how they say, hard head make a soft whatever. I ain't gonna go there. But y'all can relate to that too. But just like you can relate to that, you can relate to what Ghetto Blues meant. And that's all I wanted to say. And on this interview, our little sister, like I say, me, Jhaz, and Archie, we from the underground. And I'm giving blessings to my little sister, Toye, because she's straight from the underground, but some artists are from here but never had the chance to walk through the industry door. And people are cold out here. If I had to give any advice at the end of this interview that I can give to the people, y'all know y'all communities, y'all know y'all struggle, but it's a lot of people never gonna get in that door. Now stuff can change from how we had to go get record labels. Now stuff is on streaming. But give an artist an ear, give an artist a chance, because you never know if that's the one that's called the future. .com. But I love y'all.
I mean, next time you just gonna bring your ass on here with us, man.
No, you can't tell me, because I'm me. I'm missing in action. I'm living a private life. I'm loving it, but I love y'all. I'll come when I'm ready. You know I'm stubborn.
But hey, now you see I tried to get it, man.
Yes, yes. Oh, they both tried, but I'm so stubborn. They be looking like, ooh, they be ready to jump. Be like, we gonna get her. Snowball fight. But I love y'all, and I'm about to click out so y'all can finish the interview. Okay, True, let's get busy.
I don't answer that phone.
We got those Brina cameos. She sounds close, man. I think it only took us 4.5 hours of y'all talking too true and her watching for her to decide maybe she finally wants to finally wants to do it. John, I know you, before we let him go, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Brina and Jazz know I wasn't knocking Summertime like the verses. I was saying it just sounded like it was an assignment. I wasn't knocking. I hope it wasn't interpreted like that.
Talk about all type of corn. I assumed you're not functional popcorn, huh?
Okay. Okay. Second, because I wasn't sure the pacing on this. I wanted to point out that one of my favorite parts of the album is Ballers Flossin' at the very end. There's the final chorus, but then y'all come back in, put that on my family and put that on my trues. You know how like it sounds like it's about to ride out, but then you both come back in for like one final verse. And I just always loved how y'all brought it back one more time. That's probably my favorite part of the album, besides Flesh's strange verse on Two Hits and Pass. And I'm glad to hear that
Brina
Brina
explained that to you. Oh man, then you heard she'll tell you the same thing that nigga was on some crazy shit. We ain't know what that was.
Yeah. I mean, that might have been the peak moment of the album, but
Hey, that was made. That was made.
The peak Too True moment though was bringing it back in at the end of Ballers Floss, and I like even to this day I still think it's cool. You think the song's ended? Nope, they're coming back. Hit you one more time.
Much love, yeah.
Like the bonus track. And I was happy to hear that Brina felt like Ghetto Blues was part of the album. Before you guys came in, I had asked Cecil, I was like, hey, Cecil, do you feel a certain way that Ghetto Blues didn't make New Breed a female? Like, of course, it was on the Mo Thugs Family Scriptures, but, Poetic Hustlers had Searching for Peace, like a different version of it. Did you kind of wish Ghetto Blues was on New Breed a female? Cecil was okay with it not being on it.
Well, I didn't want to remix. Like, look, if you would have said, "Hey, we'll take Summertime off this and we'll put Ghetto Blues," you'd have got all my votes. But you said, "Do you want to remix a Ghetto Blues?" And I didn't want to remix I don't want to fuck with a good thing, So you don't gotta go remixing Ghetto Blues.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I think we do have a remix to Are You Ready?
We do have a
we have an Are You Ready remix that nobody ever heard.
Archie, you better hook me up, man. 6 years of us knowing each other now. Me taking care of II Tru. Y'all better take care of me now. It's time,
I'm gonna find that. I think because Brenda keeps everything. No, not that remix.
Are you ready? Now, what you did?
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah, it's a cold. The remix of Are You Ready is so crazy, man.
And I also wanted to know, and I had meant to ask this in the two previous interviews we had with y'all, was had the expenses that you had to incur to shoot Ballers Flossin in Cleveland, had expenses not been a thing, do you think you would have had enough budget to film Are You Ready music video? Or it was
No. Well, actually, our budget for that one song was $250,000. That when we tell you we ain't spent that much money, the video costed more than the studio session did.
That's what he
Yeah, no, but what I mean is you guys had to spend extra money to bring everybody out to Cleveland to ship all the equipment. Had that not been a factor,
it probably could have, but I don't know, man. Because to me, $80,000 for a video, how low can you go for a national video? You know what I mean? I mean, if you shortcut, I mean, think about it. The average video back in them days probably was 250,000.
Yeah.
When you talk about Douglas Buckets Bone and all that, they spent about $250,000, $300,000 to shoot that video. Our video was $80,000. So if you try to cut that down to 40,000, what kind of quality video would that be? He said that's not what you're saying.
No. What you just said, it does respond to it. Yeah, no, that was what I was meaning. What you just said now directly answered it. Previously, I had to clarify, but that made sense. That makes total sense. Absolutely.
No, because in my mind, we spent more having everything sent here to Cleveland, which is what you asked.
Yeah.
Or we recorded it in Cali or Atlanta or one of the spots where the stuff was readily available. could we have possibly did more?
Yes,
That's what I thought you
that
asked.
that is yes, yeah.
And that's my answer. That's all. You couldn't make it no cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Because even if we did it in town, it would have been a cheaper version of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we could get it cheaper.
I lost my headset.
It would have been a $40,000 video versus an $80,000 video. That's what
without paying the people to come here, without moving all the stuff here, saving those expenses. That's the point I'm making.
right.
We covered a lot. We really dug in deep. I know that I know this is a big night. This is a lot for y'all to do. I appreciate you both taking the time to once again come on Beyond the Harmony and share your lives with so many of your fans. I know the chat has been full all night. People have been very excited. Before I let you go, is there anything that we didn't cover, anything that wasn't said that you want to have said tonight?
No, I think basically, to me, you covered a lot. You covered more than I thought you would cover anyway. I appreciate y'all doing that. You know, it's been a long time since I heard that album. You know, I'm just glad that it's some fans out there.
Freedom Wolves noted that of the 250,000, we used 75,000. And our Cleveland people showed up for free and they showed up. Freedom Wolves that night.
So it all washed out. My headset had died at the end of that. But it sounds like it would have been a wash anyway, no matter what happened. Either way, I missed everything you said when.
No, she said of the 250,000 that Archie was talking about, we spent 75.
Okay.
And everybody that we had in the video was our people, and they did it for free. They did it for 2 trips, so they were not paid. They weren't stand-ins or whatever, extras, none of that stuff.
Nice.
And that 75 included flying people out here and all that.
Archie, Jhaz, Brina from far away, I want to thank you for all coming on and doing this. And I know we brought Archie to the other side with this one. It's been almost 6 years since he did an interview with me. It'll probably be another 6 before I get the man to do it again. So I want to thank y'all for coming on. I want the whole chat, light the whole chat up with them pyramids, with them twos, with them fists. Show our guests some real love tonight. I appreciate you both so much. It's always a pleasure. It's always my honor that you trust me with the II Tru story and that y'all come on and do this with me. So I really appreciate the both of you.
Yeah, I didn't realize we've been on this, so it's always a pleasure. And thank y'all for staying with us.
Hey, we appreciate it, man. I hope you both have a great rest of your night. And you know me, it won't be long before you hear from me. You know what it is.
All right, we'll be waiting, man.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Get you, Joan. All right, Johnny.
Alrighty. I don't know how much battery's left in my headset. I had to put it on saying low battery, but
I don't think there's much that has to be said, man. We did it.
I want to thank everybody that stuck with us the whole night. You know, we got to enjoy this momentous moment, historical, with all y'all with us. So it's history. It's our party.
We made history. People say we do it all the time, that we make bone history, that we break bone history, that we do all this shit. And I'm proud of the things that we've done. I'm proud of the interviews we've done. I'm proud of the things that we've uncovered. But I'm most proud right now of this right here and this thing that we did tonight, and that we solidified and that we told the story that you may have never got to hear, because the story that you heard tonight, you don't get to hear through an average interview. So I appreciate everybody sticking it out. Matt Weaver hauling his shit all the way to LA. Johnny for staying up way past his damn bedtime. Archie and Jhaz for giving us probably 3 more hours than they planned on doing it. everybody that super chatted tonight, everybody that stuck around, Sin from the graveyard shift for popping in, Brina for making a fucking 3 different phone calls in. It's been a beautiful night.
Indeed.
Is that it, John?
I think that's it. Much love and props to II Tru, Archie, Jhaz, Brina. And that was really amazing to have Brina calling at the end, by the way. And she's got one of the coolest voices. And just thanks for spending 4.5 hours with us. I have like closure now on II Tru somewhat, you know. So I'm fulfilled. I'm very fulfilled.
Brina, I could tell you was close. You close. You gonna be coming on here, Brina. I could tell. My name is Cecil West, rocking with the one and only
Johnny, who's way past his bedtime, but I love y'all.
And on behalf of Matt Weaver, we thank you all for a beautiful, incredible night celebrating a new breed of female. And there's only one way to end it. Feenics Ryzin, take us home.
Beyond the